How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro. You can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tāmaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tāmaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Rocat. Experience precision.
Hello and welcome to the Biocode CSGO Pro Season 2. And well, my name is jimNeso. It has been a hot minute since I have seen you on this broadcast, but joining me is none other than Mitch Pilski. Pilski, it has been a while since we saw you on any Counter-Strike, mate. I believe it's been 24 hours.
Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy, but you know, I'm always keen to watch some cracked up and comers, get to see who the next best players coming out of AU and NZ are. Already got to see a couple last night. Some of them aren't even playing in the tournament anymore, so that's got me a little bit sad. But at least for tonight, 2 PO3s will be qualifying some gamers over towards the next stage of the competition.
Absolutely. Now, you told me you'd already identified potentially the next Vexite. However, the next Vexite potentially has to play through this tournament format. So we'll take a look at all the stages of the Biocode CSGO Pro Season 2. We're in Stage 1 at the moment, though. We've got our 12 teams, 64 players, 3 stages. We're taking the top 4 straight through to Stage 2, though, Pilski.
Yep, and they'll join a bunch of invited teams over there that have either played previous seasons or just been invited on through. Some very, very strong teams in their own rights. And all of those teams, the ones from Stage 1 and the invited teams in Stage 2, will play off for a spot in the semi-finals where they'll be playing for a whole lot of cash.
Well, let's just find out how much cash they're going to be playing for. There is a whole stack of beans on offer here. $10,050. The lion's share, of course, going to our winners, Pilski. And that's a fair chunk of change for our would-be hopeful pros.
100%, but very top-heavy prize pool. So that grand final going to be a whole lot of pressure. You know, it's about a $5,000 difference between first and second place. So I'm hoping for a hell of a good match once we get to the end of the season. But we're only in the early stages yet. We've got a whole lot of more matches to get through, and we've got to find out who's going to be joining those invited teams in towards Stage 2 first. And tonight we get to find out two of them are.
Now, some of those matches have already been played. And if you're like me and you weren't here last night and you didn't get to catch the action firsthand, we've got you covered with a recap of what happened. Now, we had Elemental up against Arena. This one was a fairly closely contested match with, I guess, some surprising results, but also some new names in that Arena roster.
Yeah, they played with 3 stand-ins because a bunch of the boys got stuck at DreamHack Melbourne. I mean, we were both at the airport actually in Melbourne when they said that flight to the Gold Coast was cancelled, and then a flight to Perth got cancelled after that. So that put these Arena boys in a world of hurt. I think a bunch of them couldn't even get home on time for DreamHack Melbourne, perhaps. So end of the day, you know, I think Kiyoshi ended up calling up a couple of the boys, and they came up with a pretty fearsome roster at the end of the day. You got Ropoco back in there, you got Nexar, you got Kibstar as well, subbing on in, and that was more than good enough to get them across the line against Elemental.
Yeah, now also too, you commented on the gameplay. It felt as though Arena, they were playing very, very loose in the way they were playing, but when it came time to, I guess, action, the business end of things, that was it. They were very clinical in the way they executed their opposition. But heading on to Collateral versus Camo, now this Camo roster, compared to what we've seen, they've actually brought back one of their better players in Nikes.
Yep, look at this side hold, by the way. This guy's cracked. Nikes, he definitely had some big plays last night for the Camo side. I think they've come back with an even better roster, which is interesting because their old rosters, they definitely didn't have, you know, fantastic players or anything like that. They were trying to make the best that they could do with, you know, whatever scraps that they could find. But now I think with this new improved roster, they've actually got a roster that could potentially do some damage. And we got to talk to Cyanide last night in the interview, and he said, goal for Camo is to beat everyone outside of the top 4 in AU. So anyone that's not, you know, your Encores, your Vertexes, your Orders, they're looking to try and take those boys down.
Well, it's going to take a concentrated effort from them in terms of practice to do so. And, well, as far as Pool A is concerned, this is how things are shaping up. We've got, obviously, Underground up against Nutty in the upper bracket still, but Arena, they are still fighting through that lower bracket, per se. So let's just see how the results start to pan out. But, I mean, Pool B, this is where the action is also hitting up. We had God's Work going through and, you know, potentially here taking on Vodafone Warriors for qualification for Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, they are, I think, quite happy. I think they might have got a hand from the Lord himself because Camo decided to forfeit that first match, which is potentially an easier run through the upper bracket for them. Vodafone Warriors are going to be no pushovers, though. That's a solid roster full of names that we're all very familiar with. So, look, we'll see if God can do some work and, you know, they're going to need some aim gods and, I don't know, other type of gods, maybe some Greek gods. I had Greek for dinner, so that's on my mind. Look, digging myself a hole here, Jim. What are the matches for today?
They're going to have the whole pantheon there. Anything, they'll take anything they get. Of course, today's schedule, we've got some cracking matches coming up. Underground Gaming taking on Nutty. That one is kicking us off first tonight. Now, God's Work up against Vodafone Warriors. I'm looking forward to that one because obviously some players with some very similar play styles, I guess, thrashing it out in that. But our first match there, Underground versus Nutty. We saw Nutty last season, and they were one of those bubble teams that had a lot of promise. And I'm interested to see, I guess, how their development has been shaping up into the off-season and now.
Yeah, so, I mean, with 8-ballers splitting apart, you've seen all the different subsequent parts go to various different teams. I think, you know, Shuey's gone into coach, might be Warriors, but, you know, Nutty has got Mr. Shark back from that 8-ballers team. Some of them went to Camo. So this Nutty roster definitely looking pretty fearsome, and I dare say they're going to be the favourites to go through to the next stage.
Well, let's take a look at their opposition with Underground Esports. Let's see how they line up tonight. They have, I guess, got some players in here, Script and Mechanical and Streety, actually. So two of the players from last season. Now, Streety, obviously, we saw him on that Kanga roster last season.
Mechanical was over there on Dynasty, I believe.
Yeah, so a lot of these guys have been brought in. This is a real mix-up of rosters, but we know they certainly have some sharp shooters amongst the players. It's just a question of whether or not they can get that level of organisation that they need.
Yeah, Mooney was definitely a big standout. Not someone that I've seen play too much, but he's someone that was definitely putting up the numbers in the last series. They went up against a team that they shouldn't have been beating in Arena. I didn't back them to beat Arena, but they actually ended up taking it out fairly concisely. So I've kind of quietly got my eye on this Underground team. And look, we'll see if Script can go as big in the server as he is in real life. Man's like 6'4", an absolute monster.
Yeah, I think he was pretty tall, even just sitting down in the stands behind us. But as far as, I guess, their opposition are concerned, Nutty, as I said, this is a roster that was one of those bubble teams last season. They made a few roster changes, though, and I think one of their more exciting pickups has actually been Mr. Shark, who has brought them an interesting level of AWPing. It's not something they'd had in their previous roster.
Yeah, so Nutty, I mean, this is another one of those teams. There's a couple of them. The Arena roster, which was Sanguine, Nutty, definitely fits into that category where these are players that now have got a couple of seasons of domestic leagues under their belt. You're expecting a little bit more from them now. They've got the experience. They've gotten the, you know, the match time in terms of officials. This is where you want to see them actually start to show some improvement, actually start to put some better results under their belt. I don't think this would be the match where they're tested too much. You'd like to see them put this one away fairly concisely, but look, that's what I said about Underground's last opponents, so maybe it won't be the case.
Well, let's take a look at our key player head-to-head, brought to you by Bio.Lab. Now, we've picked out some very interesting players with a lot in common here, Pilski, and I believe it is in the form of a scope.
100%. So Mooney, I mean, someone that I hadn't really ever seen play too much until, I saw him play his first game under Underground, and he was actually putting up some great numbers and showing some great proficiency with the AWP, but even on the rifle, he was all around great gameplay. And Mr. Shark, someone that we saw, I mean, first time I saw him, he was playing like the Red Bull flick with like velocity. It was like a 2v2 tournament. And then he went from there to starting to compete in CS. It's a nice little kind of gateway into competitive, I suppose, for those guys, because I think they were competing in some lower leagues before that. And now they're here smashing it out together on Nutty. And a lot of these players have been showing more and more promise. I think this is kind of the next generation that'll be there to kind of feed some of the top teams in those.
Absolutely. They need to have their wits about them too, though. So if you want to get your hands on some Bio.Lab products, make sure use the code LPL20 at checkout for 20% off. And you too can be as sharp and as witty as Pilski over here. Now, let's just take a look at the meat and potatoes of this matchup. The vetoes, which maps these two teams are actually going to be playing. And I mean, in terms of what we're starting to see here in terms of Mirage, Vertigo and Inferno as the third, are you really surprised by what these two teams have to offer? I think this is pretty much now the middle of the map pool with Vertigo.
Yeah, I would say so too. I think Nutty, I mean, we've seen them play Mirage many, many times over multiple seasons, so not too surprised about that pick coming out. Underground, I think, did play Vertigo last week as well, and a lot of teams have definitely been leaning towards Vertigo as a pick. And then, ultimate third map decider, Underground decided to go away from Ancient and go towards Inferno. A bit more middle of the map pool, a bit more familiarity from both teams. I think we've got a pretty good map pool for both of these squads. I think for the most part, the better team probably wins on these three.
Absolutely. Now, looking at that veto, Pilski, do you have any feelings as to which way this match should go? Do you feel as though the veto even matters at this point?
I think, you're probably going with Nutty if you've been watching many of the domestic leagues. It's just the fact that you haven't seen as much from the underground players. Mechanical, when we saw him on Dynasty, he was decent. And I actually have to say, I'm pretty sure he was doing the IGL duties for Underground. When I watched their team play, they do play good. Like they're making good calls. They're doing the right things at the right times. Their anti-ecos look like reasonably organized. Their mid rounds are looking quite nice. So I think the overall structure that he brings to Underground is probably the main thing as opposed to the fragging. Script is someone who's a bit hit or miss. Like sometimes he had some good games at 16-20, but and he had some good and bad maps last week. He'll definitely have to step up as well. And then some of the other lads are a bit more untested, unproven. And although I've seen, one good week of games from Mooney, as you often do see with these up-and-coming players that you haven't seen too much before, sometimes you think, they're the greatest thing since sliced bread, but they're actually a little bit more inconsistent than that. Like even in my own career, I've had like some insane games, and then the next week of games in the domestic league just absolutely shit the bed.
Well, I believe we are ready to rock and roll and get into our first map, which will be Mirage. Now, make sure that you keep an eye on everything that's happening on this map. Now, I'm gonna give a quick shout out. You would think I need some Bio.Lab here, right? But the quick shout out I need to give to is the Rocket ELO 7.1 Air Surround Sound RGB gaming headset. It is the next generation of headset today. It is available now. Make sure you get your hands on that. And Rocket are a fantastic supporter of local Counter-Strike here.
Yeah.
And I'm certainly been a long-time fan of their products.
100%, yeah. They've been around for ages, since way back in the day.
They even had a team.
Yeah, I mean, all the peripheral sponsors, Rocket being one of them, either supporting teams or supporting leagues, either one way or another, just, injecting some support in towards the scene and keeping esports going. So big shout out to those lads. Either way, though, Nutty going to kick things off on this T side as this is their map pick of Mirage. And I think we're in for a pretty nice game of CS here, honestly, Jim.
Yeah, fairly passive approach to things early on, just the attention being taken on a ramp. And that's, at least baited some interest out of Underground, but no rotation thus far.
Yeah, taking their time. 2 players in towards unders. Looking for the lurk up as soon as contact is made over towards A. They've just got that one set of util, Jim.
Well, it looks as though first engagements have been chosen. It's just filtering up through mid-connector. No real information from the TC side thus far. They're just happy to play for that retake.
Yep. Slinking away. In comes that smoke towards CT. Velocity going to pick with it, but you see the discipline from Underground is already paying off, holding those long angles of sight with the USPs. Oh, another couple of pushes over on towards the planter. Almost gets taken out.
That is a risky plant, but they get it underway very nearly. Though Mechanical takes a lot of damage, so this is a slow, measured approach from the retake here, Pilski. I'm seeing with that kit on Mechanical, even though he's only got 10 HP, the post plant has already removed that. Just solid crossfires here, but Super needs to convert. Thankfully, the rest of his team are there to chime in with Glock, I guess, work left, right, and center. But I don't know, Underground, I guess they were backs to the wall there with what they were up against. Already taking a ton of damage despite getting that first entry.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Wanted to see them convert after the discipline that they showed, found them the first pick, but couldn't quite put the pieces together, unfortunately. Now the force up here for Underground, which, look, on Mirage, I actually don't mind a round 3 buy. What do you think about it, Jim? Because I like A1S and light util on a map like Mirage. I think you can really take a bit more agency with those rifle duels. But this is the second round buy for Underground, and that's not the range you want to use a Mag 7 at.
I believe the term for that is suboptimal. Suboptimal range for the Mag 7. But let's just see whether or not they can convert with that scout. It's a good start from Moon, but these Deagles could do a bit of damage actually. If Nutty aren't careful, could find themselves in the back foot. Certainly lose a few weapons to a CT economy that, as you said, will potentially you know, be looking to buy. Not into the next, but into future rounds. So an AK is always a dangerous prospect, particularly now if, you know, Mechanical can save that full armor and Streety himself, AK and that half armor.
Yeah, you can drop a Deagle over to one of the other boys. Can get a little bit more damage done in towards the next round. But what do you think about it? Like, do you prefer the second round buy on Mirage, or do you like round number 3 buy?
I'm with you. Round number 3, it just gives you so many more options. Range duels, I don't know. You really got to try and close the gap early on.
Yeah, I think like on maybe like Inferno and Nuke and maybe Overpass, like there's maps where you need util to do the CT protocols, but I don't feel like Mirage is one of those maps. I feel like Mirage is a map where if you're running with a low util CT buy, you know, you can play a bit more retaking on the sides. You can do like a 1-3-1, take duels from like con and short and things like that and really make it work for yourself. So look, they did go for the second round buy. They got some damage done. Now we're looking in towards this ground where Underground has got this Hero AK, couple of Deagles, and they're looking to get some damage done.
Oh, just almost instantaneously taking contact in mid too. So Velocity not messing about. Always right. I mean, mid connect is pretty much covered at this stage. It's a shooting gallery in there. They do get the pistols working though, so somehow they make it a 4v4.
Oh, that smoke's gone at Rye. Definitely not ideal. Here's the flash to Bricks though. Should catch script. You can see Supars starting to make his way out of apartments there. Good off angle from script. Getting great value out of that USP and just more damage getting done. Streety's still alive, but gets absolutely decked by Mega there. Mechanical holding on from bench. Seeing if he can bench Super. Does exactly that. Picks up his AK. This is clutchable. Bomb's not down. T's pretty far out of position. That might, I was going to say that might have been an over-aggression from Mega. You could just sit in murder hole there, but it's all good. He gets it under control. Great damage, though. And it wasn't even the AK, Jim, that got the damage done. It was just a couple Teagues and USPs.
Well, you called it out right there. That flash at, you know, short may have actually prevented a kill in the end. You know, Script gets away with murder.
Yeah.
And he was able to take 1-for-1 there. So despite getting the round win, they do take heavy damage to some economy here on Nutty. But we're actually seeing that AWP now on Moon. And, well, it's not a great grenade, but could have actually done a lot of damage to the grouping that was at top mid.
I think Moon is someone who was a bit of a standout for me for Underground in their upset over Arena. So I'd want to see him continue on in that good form. There's a smoke to con from the CTs. Nutty have also invested a smoke to top con, so not great timing on that util for the T's, all honestly. Unless they bust on through here. In fact, a lot of util being kind of misthrown by the T's right now. They waste a molly onto top con there. They again get re-smoked out of connector. And then Bunchy, I mean, this is perfect use of that light glitch, right? Able to spot Velocity jumping up in towards window and punishes him instantly.
All right. Straight onto this B bomb site though. Those mollies are going to hopefully clear the way, but that little bit of barrel gives away script at the end. Good work from the T side to clear things out, but Streety could hold strong, and well, he's left Super in a 2 versus 1, so he's done his job. But Moon has that angle covered, and that is a great round for Underground, despite the fact that they took some heavy losses.
Yeah, 3 guns taken over. I'd say that's about a middle of the road round. Nutty are going to be reasonably happy with the damage they did in that round. Hard for them to reinvest, so they got a couple of players sub 3k here, so yeah, I don't mind this buy at all here, Jim. Couple of digs, hero AK on the player who had about 7k. Want to try to keep that economy nice and low, see if they can take 3 more guns away from Underground and just keeping them low on money.
Just trying to keep them honest. I mean, it's always a temptation for the T side, right? To just even light buy to put pressure on that T side economy. Obviously, Mr. Shark had like 7k, so
yeah,
he's always going to be that hero AK in that scenario. But still keeping his money relatively high. Obviously, he knows he's got to take AWPing duties for the team. Ooh.
Don't want to lose your B anchor there. 3 on 5. Mooney's got to go huge here on the B side and hold his nerve. Only got 1 player really scaling onto him. Good timing for Velocity in window. He's going to be able to sneak through murder hole behind those B players.
Oh, even though Mechanical's been caught there before, does get caught in the end. Now Moon's got a lot of work to do here, and there's only so much he can get done before that AWP is given straight over. So Nutty, the small investment they made actually paying huge dividends.
100%. They're going to be in pole position now, Jim. Munchie's just got to save. I think Underground, that's going to be a hard reset on 3 of their players here, so they probably buy next round.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, you just want to try and get everybody on the same page in terms of money.
Yeah. They might be able to single save. What do they have, like 2 loss bonus here?
Yeah, they'll have
2.4?
potentially, yeah,
they got
2.4.
That's not too bad. I reckon you single save now. Maybe Streety gets a deagle or something like that. Munchie can drop 1. No, I don't think it's worth. Still so much legs in this half, right?
There's still a lot to play for. It's important that Underground don't get caught into this, dangerous game of thinking they're the ones that need to be putting pressure on the T side economy.
Yeah. I mean, you can't. You lost against the half buy. Like, that window's well and truly gone.
Oh, Mega just not only just trying to get info, but also trying to catch Underground napping in the early stages of A. But Munchie here getting very aggressive. And in fact, I think there might be cause for a push. And that could catch Mega out, but he's got such a strong angle.
Moon's deep in Palace, though. They could kind of pinch this player at ramp. Utility pressure being applied by Nutty over towards the B side has actually pulled additional rotates.
Oh, the timing. Mega nearly got caught with his pants down, exiting the scene. But yeah, this contingency is already pushed into A, and that's going to catch the A ramp out, but Munchie digs in. He needs to get away, though, because Velocity is straight outside. This is really broken play, but it's actually working out the way of Underground.
Yeah, this is way too split right now for Nutty. They needed to kind of make sure that they could keep everybody on the same page coming into this site, but they're going in one at a time. Super, a player that's got some very sharp mechanics. We've seen it in previous seasons of competition. He's going to need to use those to dig them out of this bad situation. Bomb trying to get across to the site. No progression utility really available here for Nutty with 28 seconds on the clock. Mechanicals wrapping through spawn. The longer they take to get this bomb plant down, the better this flank's going to be.
Yeah. That's why they're not messing about getting it down.
Oh.
Super. Oh, Streety with that dig. Finds him and leaves Mr. Shark. His position known. He's got 3 impending on that site to try and deal with. Switches out instead of the reload, and that could be a game changer for him. However, he's backed into a corner and not a lot he can do against a CT side that had everything going their way.
And now Underground win the half buy, or not even a half buy, like a full save really, with just a hero rifle. Nutty, I mean, at least they've got the plant and a fair bit of cash in the back pocket, so they're going to be able to reinvest here, but both of these teams definitely showing some weaknesses against the eco rounds. They need to be shoring up. Script trying to get himself warmed up. It's quite cold weather at the moment, so hands are probably feeling the frostbite.
Yeah, anything to get warm early. Anything will do. Talk about getting on early, though. Onto this B site they go. Straight on in. They're not counting on Underground being too aware of the change in pace, but they're dealing with it quite nicely. Mr. Shark, not a lot he can do with an AWP in the site. And, well, Clover, he's going to need to at least be the 4-leaf variant of himself rather than the 3-leaf. Because you all know the 4-leaf is lucky. Can luck go Clover's way? He's got a lot of work to do. Not to be the case, and unfortunately, well, just like the 3-leaf variant, he's weeded out.
It's big for Underground. Win that eco round and then the subsequent buy. Going to put the T-side economy back under pressure. Build themselves up a bit of cash as well. It was a reasonably clean round.
Just on 2 flashes this round, though. 2 flashes, pistols, hoping they can get something out of it. Maybe even take that AK. Super's the only one that's got some armor, so surely it gets handed his way in the event of success. But this is where Underground, they're not over-aggressing here. As I say, that's Streety. Does a good job of thinning their numbers, thinning the herd.
Oh, bloody hell. I mean, I knew Super was sharp from last season, but if he continues like this, like, definitely going to be a player to watch.
Yep. Call him the Sandman, because he's just putting people to sleep.
Moon's already all over that one. 4 Alive would be great here for Underground. They've already got a bit of cash in the back pocket. Going to continue earning interest on those savings right there. Off angle from Mechanical. Very nice. And Nutty now looking towards their next buy and towards round number 9. It's going to take a few buys subsequent to get back in this game. Underground have economy to double up if they want to, but they decide to stay on the single.
It's always tempting, isn't it? But don't necessarily need to change what has been working already. They haven't found an answer to the single AWP situation. But again, change your pace here. Streety might get caught out. I don't think he's aware that they are so close in proximity to him.
He's playing like it's a default, but they've just scaled straight up cat. I don't think he's got any idea.
Well, this molly might actually give things away.
Yeah.
It's a game of counter mollies.
The CTs can definitely trade down util. They've got a whole lot more than the Ts. That smoke is not ideal, but Script. Good couple of dinks. Took 3 dinks to put Super down, but he gets it eventually. He's going to boost up Script into the site. I'm not sure what he's got his knife out for.
Yeah, information was well and truly there. Now Streety. Oh, is he going to get checked? Is the timing going to work out for him? Is that player in no man's land going to catch him out? Velocity does, and position commed. That's a one and done. Bomb plant will come in, but Mechanical might actually be able to find the timing. He's isolated the one in the B site, but has that second player to worry about, and he'll be hightailing it through market. Mr. Shark with the offline. Oh, Mechanical's all over it. I got the feeling he already knows where he's coming from, but as I say that, he turns around and looks short, so maybe not the case. They salvaged the AWP, and, well, the city economy's still good, though.
Yeah.
Good for another buy, at least.
They just took all the guns away from the Ts. It's going to be quite expensive to reinvest here for Nutty. You don't see this too often, you know, the CTs keeping the Ts honest, but this is a game for it.
Well, they've done a good job of keeping their economy in check. They didn't buy into the forced buy economy, opted against it. They've given themselves options in future rounds. A lot of teams will take the half buy now for some ragged gun rounds a little bit later on, rather than 2 good gun rounds in a row.
Good leg from Moon. Nade to follow. Oh no, it was a molly.
Timing. Just a preemptive smoke ready from Velocity.
That's not bad though. You'll take that if you're the CTs, because you've got much better util than Ts here. Trading down smokes is good for you. Dink for dink goes the way of the AK every day of the week. 2 players quite low here for Nutty. Still winnable for Underground. Script, not really a whole lot of util for him to lock down this B play. He's got really no help until Moon rotates over from Brick's side.
Yep. Even potentially could switch back to the Freiburg spot. But, does find the player in Mega. And that's not even the low player heading into this B site. So he's got his work cut out for him. Rotation is still a while off. And in fact, they're not even going to get there in time. They do have a player at deep short, but they're pretty much into this site. Mr. Shark is actually making quick work of any rotation. So it has definitely gone awry for Underground. Munchie's even taken the dink too. Ooh. So, oh, what? Munchie's giving out the dinks. Mr. Shark now left in a 2 versus 1. Blink of an eye. And all of a sudden, he's got through. Oh, no. Ring that one home for Munchie. That is a round for the ages.
He is in it. He's in midair. He's still in the air. Oh, bloody hell.
Dear me.
Talk about impact, though. That was the swing round. Like, they're broke if he doesn't hit that. Like, was that 4K or was that all 5?
4, yeah.
Yeah, 4K. That's big impact from Munchie. That's basically keeping Underground fighting in this half. They reset Nutty. A chance for them to now build up their money yet again.
Yeah. That's around where, yeah, you're right, the swing round. They could have been reset themselves, but Munchie has just pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. They need to be careful now, too, that they don't take some losses in this round, but they don't need to. Oh, Mechanical does have some support now, but just fighting for his life at the moment.
Ooh. Good dig from Mega. But not quite enough. 4 guns kept over for Underground. Munchie has put them in much better position than they're about to be in. Money's pretty good across the board now for the CTs as they head into round number 12. Reinvestment from Nutty, though. Glass cannon orb on Mr. Shark. Decent util across the board, but not full nades or anything like that.
Ooh, bit of action through short too from Underground. That's a lot of damage done. That sucks for Nutty. They get to the top of mid, but this push from Streety and under too. So I don't know. Nutty are on the back foot, and they got a lot of work to do from this position. They're going to filter through mid connector on their lonesome. Catches Nutty or catches Munchie out. Sorry. And well, there's a break here for Nutty in this round. They've got control of A. They have to clear ticket box though.
Very weird position for the T's. Getting spammed. Molly onto Mechanical, instantly pulled out. Great use of the traces there for him.
4 HP for Mega. That grenade could have been the changer, but they actually miss a smoke onto mid connector. Retake coming through. Post-plant positioning does look decent from Nutty. And in fact, the player on A ramp is just trying to draw all sorts of attention. Mr. Shark has that looking for that second off angle, and Mechanical's found Mega, so the retake is good from Underground. I am liking Underground under pressure. They actually are starting to look good. Mainly on this A site, though. It's been, I guess, the job of individual heroics if they wanted to retake B.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, Underground wasn't the roster that I was looking at heading into this season of LPL. And saying, like, oh, these guys should go through first place in their group. But it's a very real possibility the way that they're playing. They're playing fantastic. Bit more of a well-rounded performance from all of them today as well.
Yeah, it's no single individual, other than obviously the one round where Munchie's just moved heaven and earth to get the round. But yeah, across the board, there's no real subpar performers. Flash through the smoke though is going to signal this approach onto A, and Mechanical only finds one. Had to readjust for the flash, but these entries are looking good from Nutty. They now have control. They just got to make sure that they get rid of Moon, and he's going to continue to keep threatening. That's going to make them uncomfortable, and any bomb plant hold. Oh, they needed to do that. They needed to take control of the A ramp, or the CT ramp, sorry. And they do so in emphatic fashion. They all grouped up. They all took the jewels. They couldn't be stagnant and sit in the site for that post plant.
Now, what do you do with your money as the CTs here? I wonder. Couple of different options in a round like this. You could try and force and go for 2. You could kind of even up the cash, take a pretty passive approach to the economy, or you could like hero rifle, kind of like half invest on some of the players. They've gone for a pretty passive approach economically. Munchie gets picked running into Palace there, and it's going to be neck and neck half by the end of it, one way or another.
You're predicting an 8-7 scoreline here for the half?
Yeah. Anti-Eco's looking good. I always think mid and then up short is a pretty high percentage. Like default into B split through short, always pretty good.
Yeah, only anti-Ecos always favour the split Bs. I don't know, it just seems to be less risk running through mid.
Yeah.
If you've got your good utility support.
Yeah. And the CTs never want to take duels with people running up short, really.
Oh.
That's how
Well,
you
they
do
shouldn't
it.
be in favourable positions to win them. The utility's good.
Well, there you go. 8-7, whichever way it ends up going. Moon's going to have enough money for an AWP. Some of the CT's going to be a little bit lower on util here. Streety in particular was down at like 4k. Not as much of an issue on Mirage as it is on other maps. If Streety's like the B anchor on Inferno, I'm saying that this round's going to be difficult, but yeah, Munchie, look, he's had a couple good rounds, but he's being first picked a couple of times now. Underground kind of getting a bit too big for their boots in the opening portions of this round.
Just trying to take jewels that they didn't need to in mid. I mean, that's just played right into the hands of Nutty. It's only that Molotov that's preventing them from getting up short. It's bought script a little bit of time, but they've got options now. They don't have to hard commit to B.
It's inadvisable to, but they're going to anyway. Rotations are over here. Mechanical trying to fight for his life. Script on the site. Nutty have seen both of those CTs though, and they've got that player completely containing the rest of Underground in market. It's good mid-rounding from Nutty. Just trying to 100% the round instead of, 70% it.
Yeah. Right now, looking like 100% for them. So 8-7 the score. That's a pretty decent half of Counter-Strike from Nutty on that T side. They make it work, and I think they'll be fairly happy with that.
Yeah, 100%. Underground now switching over to T. This is where, I think Mechanical has been showing pretty good calling. So I'm hoping that trend continues here in this game of Mirage. I always love calling Mirage T side. Can kind of play a bit more like momentum based if you get rolling early. Really mix up the pacing. Love going from slow defaulty kind of mid rounds into Palace pops or BXs.
I always felt as though on Mirage as an IGL, unless you've backed yourself into a hard A Palace or something like that, you've always got options mid-round.
Yeah. A lot of freedom for individuals to kind of express themselves. Just like this. Mega almost picks a play with full util. That would have been something.
Nobody had eyes on the prize on the A ramp, but well, the smoke's come through. Mega actually pays for his sins. And so they're going to continue to just stream onto this A bomb site. Little pop flash through, but it's all the damage done on the A ramp, or the CTs now have just paid the price. Ticket box has been checked. Munchie, this is late lurking at its finest. They have no idea where he's coming from.
Got himself some dualies as a reward. Great round from Underground. Maybe a lesson learnt as well to make sure they got someone watching the bloody ramp, which although it's pretty miscellaneous, pretty unconventional for someone on CT pistol to be pushing a ramp, but hey, sometimes it happens. Nutty, interesting spend here, honestly. I don't think I've seen anyone buy like this on Mirage before.
No.
This indicates they want to buy into round number 19, or am I losing it? This indicates to me they want to play Mirage CT side with double AWP and full util.
Yeah, I mean, I would be inclined to say Velocity picking up that second AWP, potentially.
I don't think...
Either that or they're just giving themselves options to get aggro on the CT side.
I don't think this is the map where you run that kind of a buy that often. I don't know. Here's this short B split anti-eco. Good position from Clover. If he was able to multi-frag there, would have been a different story. Velocity trying to buy time for the rotates now. Streety already scaled up on market side, but a couple body shots disposed of him.
Moon's just making quick work of any support play come through. Back to a 2v3 though, so given the minimal investment, just Deagle armor. It could actually make this work if Underground do make some very critical mistakes. There's an avenue out the door. I think they might even just be hanging around for some exits here, to be honest. Just keep those players in the sight. Okay. Do they hit the go button here? They don't have a kit. It's all just about doing economic damage at this point. They know it's planted for short. They'll be getting out of there with whatever they can.
Oh, he's missed the jump, Jim.
Oh, it's done. Mega's done. He'll be going down. Super, though. Does get away with that AK.
What do you do here? I think I'm forcing a CT here, Jim. 3.7, I could get A1S armor on 2 players, then I could drop another rifle. You can get 4 rifles. You got absolutely bugger all util, but I think I'm forcing here as CT. Nutty aren't. They're going to take it passive. No particularly right answer here. But considering how low Underground's economy is here, I would have loved to see a force.
Oh, Nutty. Look at this. They've given up control of the B bomb site. They've let that player with the weapon go through the halls. Oh, Clover says hello. Drops in for a chat. The Mac 10 goes down, but Super has got them boxed in. They're not aware of it just yet. Mechanical. Oh, it's important he doesn't get caught out. And in fact, this is going to make it really difficult. So he survives. Even will be able to pick up that AK too. So complete control of the B bomb site being given in the eco round from Nutty. There was a few moments of danger though. They did recover well in the end.
Yeah, buy back through for Nutty though. This is what they've been saving for. They are only single orbing. Good money in the back pocket though to reinvest with the loss bonus. Underground, they've been very up-tempo, Jim. Straight out A yet again. They've lost to pick on the way in, but traded back Mega. Now trying to force through the jungle smoke. Multiple CTs, but Mechanical. It's a 1-4 from Underground. They weren't expecting the mid lurk, and he's had massive impact there coming up connector.
That is ridiculous. And, well, there's even a chance here now that Clover finds script. So back to a 2v3. A player... Oh, Velocity's just isolated the bomb site. So now Munchie and Mechanical have got to try and form this unorthodox crossfire. You've got a player deep at the bottom of connector. That smoke is just going to factor him out entirely while they concentrate on the A ramp. The Molotov's there. They need to tap the bomb. They're drawing them out. And Clover, he's just got straight for the defuse. He doesn't find it through the smoke though. And so Mechanical just sitting there on 9 HP. Not a lot he could do in the end. And, well, this is starting to get a little frustrating for a roster like Underground because they've done all the hard work. The post-plant positioning you would say was good, but I don't know, that player in mid-connector, the lack of presence made the retake just so much more possible.
He's trying to like go up count or something like that. It's a reinvestment for both teams here though. Pretty healthy one. This will be the swing round. Came down to one player surviving, so CT's quite broke. T's quite broke as well. 1-3-1 from Nutty here. Leaving the extremities in a bit more retakey positions. This is all about timing from the connector and from the short players here for Nutty. Can they find impact without giving out man advantages? There it is. Beautiful.
Oh, there we go. Oh, does nearly get caught, so takes a lot of damage trying to get away with that. Clover's there as the insurance policy, and that Molotov actually might lock him in. but he opts to get away.
Perfect. This is perfect from Nutty. Really, really good 1-3-1 round from them. Great movement after the initial pick as well. Just picking underground apart. This will be a reset round on the tees. And it's looking like a clean one for Nutty. Haven't really lost any guns.
Now, Mechanical and Moon. Timing. Oh, does work out for Mechanical. Very nearly got the opposite end of it, but this potential 2v5 that they're looking to convert really would put a sting in the CT economy.
No util to cover this plant. Gonna try to plant for triple, and actually that's the only safe place to plant.
They could do with the money. That's for sure, underground.
Ooh.
Oh, Moon. Just tunnel vision with that scope. Unfortunately, completely disregarding the remaining player that sat on ticket box. That was his undoing. They draw back level, Nutty.
Yep.
So they do get the bomb plant underground. They have money to work with.
Not so much, unfortunately. Gotta go half bite.
Yeah, it's a question of whether or not they wanted to fully commit to trying to break that CT economy, but they're not necessarily under pressure just yet. Both teams have only just reached double digits.
Big one way for Super to work with. Gonna use it perfectly. Just tapping away with the A1S at a couple of these players top middle. This is looking like a pretty clean anti-eco here for Nutty. They are well and truly in the driver's seat now, Jim. I hope Velocity dies here. Like, I really just want him to die. He's just
no respect.
He's W through B apartments as the B anchor. This game isn't even on HLTV. Like, what's the point, mate?
He's just sent it. It's a no respect play, to be honest. And so Underground take this moment to discuss their options. I mean, surely a round like that where you've got your opposition running at you warrants a tactical pause.
It's not only that, it's also the economic position that they're in now. Like, Nutty is in the driver's seat. They've got great money on the CT side at this point. Clean gun round, clean anti-eco. It's going to take a fair few gun rounds in a row for Underground to crack back into this game. The scoreline's relatively close, but make no mistake, Nutty are in the driver's seat. Looking to close Mirage here. What's the call going to be for Underground? Looks like, again, a 1-3-1. They've left script over towards A. Munchie is actually going unders, not really applying any pressure towards B apartments. Mr. Shark going to post up on that B extremity, so that's going to be great info for the CTs to rotate accordingly. Aggression in towards A ramp here for Mega. Saw the same on the pistol. Good little shoulder peek, does find script.
Hightails it out of there, though. High premium placed on his life. Velocity has taken his time here, but has a wealth of info with that push. Surprised he's still got a second player with him.
Yeah, I don't think you need two people committed there now that you've got that info. Yeah, Mr. Shark needs to go rotate around. Off angle on short, be good for him. You've got great info here as Nutty. Like, it's quite obvious what Underground is doing. If you're the CTs here, you just need to make sure you don't misplay.
We've already seen some utility not quite hit its mark, and maybe that could be the costly blow for one of these two teams. They're going to just sit on the back of that smoke. The flash comes through, and they are going to get themselves up out mid-connected. Timing on those entries is fantastic. Mega, he's providing resistance with two, but that's about all he can do.
Beautiful. Streety on that short lurk was absolutely phenomenal, by the way. Just crept up cat in towards ladder, picks the player jungle, finds another pick as well. And I think Nutty were a bit too rigid in the mid round there, right? I think once I get B-App's info there, I'm rotating that extra player over towards mid straight away. And not even short, like I reckon go murder hole. Because that round,
stack the deck.
That round every day of the week felt like a mid to A. They were showing every single every single bit of util in middle that made it super easy to read for Nutty. They hadn't seen a single thing in B apartments for a good 30 seconds. Like, way too rigid on the CT rotations in the mid round there.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think they acted quick enough either. So it ends up being a costly mistake. But they are still going to be able to put together something of a buy that's, really, really healthy. Mega misbuys a scout, I believe.
Yeah, that's not good.
Caught that one. That's going to hurt them, actually, because...
You can't get away with that when you got two color casters watching the buys. if Mac and Elfish Guy are casting, they don't see that.
No, exactly. Their eyes are elsewhere. Us, two color casters, a rainbow cast.
We love a rainbow.
Absolutely. Double rainbow color cast.
That's a throwback. Wonder what happened to that guy. Is he still going?
What did it mean? No one ever found out what it meant.
No. Nutty again trying to aggress middle in the mid round. Off the flash timings. Velocity. Great stuff from Munchie to isolate that player. Now further extending the pressure by throwing the progression smoke B apartments. He's drawn the rotation over from Mr. Shark. This opens up room in middle that Underground could step into.
Looks as though they are going to step into it as well. That smoke is just going to provide them with cover, isolate any duels in mid-connector and clear things out as they head up short. And now it's on the back of Clover, but they do not get Mr. Shark off that line. He has a re-aggression. Does get dealt with though, so they actually double down, have two players posted up on the line, and Clover's still alive. So despite that, they have no control of the site. Oh, this is a to and fro battle. The pendulum swung, and I actually thought for a moment there it would be going the way of Nutty unless Super can save it. I don't think it will be the case, however. The positioning of Streety needs to find the timing. No!
There's no way. He's so sharp.
Oh my god.
What do they feed this guy?
Wow. How has he done that? Absolutely bonkers. Streety had him dead to rights.
He's got whole arm on the desk. That means his wrist, right? No, his arm.
That's forearm, yeah.
That's all forearm. Like, what is his sense? It looks high, but I don't
know. But after a game like that, I'd find myself with tennis elbow.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, he's just whipped it.
It's not a comfortable position for me. Here's a quick one. Straight into B. Script in on the entry. Flashes up over the top arc, blinding the CTs momentarily. But there's so many of them here. One over towards bench, one in market, one MBK. Just so much firepower coming in for Nutty. Mr. Shark posting on that scale position on the left side of B. Bombs dropped on default. Munchie trying to play the off angle. Does a lot of damage to Super, but not good enough. Moon 1v3 now.
Oh. Not only will Moon be looking to do a lot of damage, but could potentially even take an AWP out of the economy. So much pressure being put on these two CTs. Plenty of time to work with. Focus isn't on the bomb, it's on taking these duels. And Mr. Shark misses that shot, but he's convinced that there is a second player aggression from B Halls. That is not the case at all. Didn't realize that there were two CTs.
Keep it going, Jim. I gotta go get the door.
Hold the door. That's certainly the entry into the round for Nutty, but I mean, their money's being kept honest. T-side not necessarily relenting in their buy. They do have a bit of everything, to be honest. Whitlam sampler of pistols, Tech 9 on Munchie. And Mr. Shark on that very aggressive line. Mega could be in trouble. However, they have all numbers ready to go.
That's clean.
At this A-bomb site, nothing on offer for Underground in the end.
5 alive. This is what's winning this game for Nutty, right? These rounds where they're able to keep 5 CTs alive and just keep their economy nice and strong. It's making the game way harder for Underground to win. Because they have to win subsequent gun rounds back to back. And they're not too bad for them. Like, again, like I said, the T-side calling is decent for Underground. They're good for a round or two, but overall, Oh, flashes over the top. It's an awkward duel in mid. Mechanical finds itself blind, traded by Streety. Mega good for one more, and Mr. Sharks found one in the meanwhile. This might just be the death blow for Underground on this first map.
Yeah, I'm not liking what lays before them. Munchie's going to need some more 4K heroics, and that's not going to be possible with 0 HP. Moon. The last bastion of resistance for Underground before they get pushed 6 foot underground. Super doesn't need to overplay this whatsoever. Just wants to sit at the back of site. He's got a teammate over at B and another teammate over at B. He just needs to stay alive.
I think this is a safe spot. Over here at Firebox, Super. Probably pretty good for it, if you ask me. This is a spot you sometimes check as the T before you plant. But not often. The way he's moving, I don't think he's checking that.
No, I was going to say he seems to be channeling himself more towards the city ramp than anything else. He's got so much ground to cover. He's checked pretty much everywhere but the position of the last remaining CT Super. He's going to pick his moment. They do get the bomb plant though, so actually that's a glimmer of hope for them.
Yeah.
Up against match point. That's about as good as it gets though.
What's their loss bonus here? It should be decent. Yeah, that's a big bomb plant actually. That allows them so much extra util, especially for like mechanical and script Munchie as well. That's a couple extra nades. That makes this buy a whole lot more workable for Underground. They could grind it back to OT. It's within the realms of possibility, but Nutty has looked pretty good on this CT side. Good enough to close this game, I think. Yeah,
they've outlasted their opposition. It was a bit of a pendulum swinging battle there in the middle, but if they can just put the bookends on what has been a good map for them, they've got to be happy with that. Now all big action in middle. Streety just center punches Nutty straight down the guts.
Script here's that drop on Palace side. They should have a pretty good idea where Mr. Shark likes to play often as well, so Underground should have a decent read here in this 4-on-2. Gonna head over towards that A site and meet up with the lurker on the extremity. Let's just keep this one pretty simple here for Underground. Don't need anything fancy. Let's not give too many angles over to this AWP.
The AWP's not even going to take too many of those angles, to be honest. Streety does eventually get that info. Oh, that's the bomb. Oh, dear.
That is not how you do
Oh,
it.
they're feeding him. It's a feeding frenzy for Mr. Shark. This can't be happening like this. Munchie does juke him, but now has to work this 1 versus 1. And based on the information that there was no second CT peeking from jungle. Oh, he mistimes that. That is going to be the game for Nutty. There was a glimmer of hope there and it came through Munchie, but Pilski, they felt as though, I mean, as far as Underground are concerned, they had their chances and they needed to capitalize. Unfortunately, they didn't.
Yeah, that last round in particular was a bit of a missed opportunity, has to be said. Like, they had enough util to block off jungle and CT, I think, but only through that CT smoke, and at the end of the day, just gave way too many angles to the AWP. No reason to swing out that wide to like defend that like reverse default Hellraiser's plant. You could just kind of hold jungle side and play with that player on site. So needed to be a bit more conservative. Underground, again, like I said, there's a couple of teams like this in LPL. For me, you know, Underground being one of them, but even like Collateral, who are now out of the tournament, they've got some good players. They've got some good fundamentals, and you see good stuff from them. But I think Nutty is just that team that they're one step further along their journey, Jim. You know, they've already had a couple of seasons of domestic under their belt. They're making less mistakes. The players are a little bit more switched on individually. And although we had some good moments from Munchie and some of the other lads like Mechanical as well, had a great game for himself, Streety as well. Wasn't quite enough for Underground. A quiet one from Moon, who was kind of the standout for me from Underground. And it's exactly what I was saying. Players in these leagues, you can see them in 1 week of games play phenomenal, and then the next week of games they have a quiet one. So Just at the end of the day, need to work on that consistency.
Absolutely. Consistency is going to be key, particularly for these teams too, if they want to progress through to stage 2. But, I mean, Nutty have done the deed. They've got themselves that first map win, and that bodes well for them in this series.
Yeah, 100%. Keen to see what's going to be happening over on that next map. I believe we're going to be heading over to Vertigo, but we do have to go to the break first, unfortunately.
We certainly do, and we hope you will be joining us on the other side of that break. Map number 2 is not too far. if you're only just joining us, you've, well, unfortunately, you missed Nutty take the first map in this series against Underground. And, well, Pilski, it felt as though towards the end of that map, Nutty really did wrestle away control. The question is, can they seal the deal in 2 maps here? Can they take the second?
Yeah, I mean, it's Vertigo. This is going to be Underground's pick. Underground, I feel like it's a bit of a throwback now, like to Sydney Underground, but you know, a couple of like older like names that could kind of be resurrected in terms of you know, Oceanic Esports. I like to see. Like I honestly miss IM. Like that's like one of my favorite like looking ones. I don't know, but Underground ESC. They got a tough gig here. They've lost their opponent's map pick. Now they're going to go into Vertigo. Inferno, the decider. Look, I think they're good enough to win this next map. Like they already showed a little bit more, but I think a couple of the individuals are a bit quieter than they have been in other games. So you need to kind of step up a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's certainly the case that both these 2 teams have had individual performers and had their moments. But yeah, it felt as though there were a few rounds there where Underground sort of got dragged into the match by the individuals, and it wasn't necessarily the team performance that got them the majority of the rounds. It was just that, you know, that round from Munchie where it was a huge swing round, and unfortunately, it meant that Nutty, who had done all the hard work up until that point, were on the back foot.
100%. Unfortunately, you know, the thing that really got Nutty through it was just keeping their CT money so strong. They had such a good couple of gun rounds where they were winning them cleanly, and that made it much harder for Underground to kind of contest in that map, right? Like they had to win so many T-side gun rounds, and although they had a couple of good calls here or there, they just couldn't string them together successfully enough. So I think some of that does come down to the lack of fragging power across the whole team for Underground as well. Like you had a couple of quiet members. It's something that people don't think about as much, but it does make a difference. Like if you don't have everyone fragging up on point on the T side in particular, especially when resetting the CT money is one of those super important things, you're not going to be able to apply enough economic pressure to actually break the money like super often if you're just getting wiped in rounds.
Yeah, it's a question of whether or not you're able to put sustained pressure on your opposition and on their economy. Yep. I don't know, I feel as though the economy is a little bit forgiving for teams in that sort of situation, whereas in previous iterations it has been less so.
So Vertigo, I mean, this isn't going to be a case of like the low util buy is going to be as consistent. Definitely going to need all the util for all of those protocols and all that kind of stuff. Definitely going to need to see the AWPers warm up a little bit for this one as well.
I'm certainly warmed up, Pilski, and we're going to get into map number 2. We're going to get into Vertigo and the Rocket Elo 7.1 Air Surround Sound RGB gaming headset is the next generation of headset. Today, you can hear Pilski in high definition clear audio. It's available now. Make sure you get your hands on one.
Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss if that's the case. Unfortunate.
I think it's a win. I think it's a win.
You got to say though, like having a good headset, very, very important for your counter striking. I remember, you know,
particularly on a map like Vertigo.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. You can hear everything on this map. It's insane. You can hear them down in lowers when you're on the uppers. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Sound staging is important. If only that would be drilled home for the makers of this map.
Like Mega can hear all of that from mid.
Yeah,
he hears all
that's
of those
all being come through.
Yeah, look at the rotations off the back of him hearing those footsteps. He's for sure probably wearing a Rockout headset. Can't tell from the picture, but that's the sound quality that they're bringing.
The timing, it was so close to getting a headshot through, but they will get that bomb plant in. Well, they've lost a few under the guise of smoke cover. And this is going to be a bit of a to and fro battle there, but it's important that Underground, they get pressure on the CT side. The retake is squandered. And now Super has potentially 2 1v1s to isolate, but they're not going to separate that far.
Oh, good shot from Streety. Underground T-side pistol already picked up. Love the sprays. Absolutely love it.
It's always a bit of a throwback. I don't know. I always, as a player, think back to CS 1.6 where they had player cutouts, essentially, as sprays. And you would spray the crouching CT cutout on the wall behind you.
Oh, yeah.
And you might be able to fool the odd player into pre-firing it, and then you just wide swing them.
It's big. Broke that CT money, though, here, Jim. And it's not going to be a force buy in the second.
Yeah,
Bit of a mid-stack. They're doing the old pyramid. Mighty Ducks formation. I don't know.
the Flying V. Unfortunately, I think they're going to miss out on the bulk of everything. Munchie looks to be just holding. I don't necessarily think he needs to push too far, but if he does, adventure awaits him.
Mac 10. It's probably the gun I'd want to be running into that situation with. In the meanwhile, though, Underground, just a full exi on the A site, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, utilising all that utility to minimise the risk and set themselves up in the after plant. And after this bomb goes down, this could be easier for Munchie to deal with. They're still just staying here.
Oh, not quite. Right idea, though. You need to break the stack from the bottom. And, well, Nutty Gaming, they pick up a Mac 10. That's about it, though. They don't want to hand the rest of the weapons, or hand, sorry, the money over. Oh, this Mac 10 is just going to potentially cut through all of them, but it is cut down, so Script's going to take a bit of cash out of that. It's not a bad trade-off. If they can keep these T's on the site, it would have been a huge payday for them, at least in terms of keeping their money and their opposition separate.
Yeah, reasonably clean. Could have been better, but 3 alive is kind of the pass score a lot of the time on T side. Here's the buy, though. Glass cannon for Mr. Shark. Glass cannon for Velocity as well. They've gone straight into the double AWP. They're going to risk it for the Bicky.
Let's just hope there's no util that's going to disrupt them early on. Big presence already on that A ramp. No progression on the back of it. No smokes enough to halt the T side from pushing up. It's actually going to allow the AWP to reposition.
Yeah.
Oh, catch a timing, Kenny.
With how slow Underground is playing, there are opportunities for these double AWPs to find some impact. Mr. Shark just walking up on the off angle. Lovely stuff. Finds Streety.
Clover had that swing covered too. If they decided to push Scaffold to find the trade. Still, with this slower pace though, Underground. Repositioning back toward B, where the bomb is situated.
Yeah.
Velocity. This is the power spot in this B site.
They don't really have a whole lot of util. Where's this one Molly going? Scripts Molly. That's beautiful. The one spot it needed to go. Flashes Velocity out. Beautiful entry from Mechanical as well, but the flashes are not good enough to scale out onto the side. 3 from Mega. Oh my god. Just dancing around on the pillar. Those AWPs worth their weight in gold that round, Jim.
Wow. So, as you said, they risked it for the biscuit, but the biscuit was worth it. And much like the biscuit, they get dunked. Underground now. Just trying to force the issue here. They're trying to put pressure on that CT economy still. So we've got the 2 hero AKs, Mac 10, Tech 9, and well, a Deagle, but they are just being peppered through this smoke. There's absolutely nothing they can do about that. This is great utility usage from Nutty, and Underground are just persisting with pushing through.
It's the same thing again, Jim. There's no pushback. Like, where are the frags coming in for Underground? You can't keep letting Nutty win these CT gun rounds so cleanly. They're just building up so much cash. You're making your job 50 times harder as Underground on this T side to get into this game.
Yeah, they're just not finding trades. Moon, far too late. Super's ready for that 1v1. Now Script, well, I don't know how much is going to be on offer for him. He might be able to catch timing on Super, but it looks as though Super's all over that. That's easy as you like. So Nutty draw a level. And more importantly, they keep everyone alive.
Nightmare for Underground here. 2k in the bank for most of the players. So even if they take this single save, it's going to be pretty limited on util in the next round. They kind of need a bomb plant here to shore up this buy, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to get in to get it.
Oh, that flash. Perfect. Provides Mega with some timing. He's looking to repeat performances from last round. Has dropped that AWP. It's not going to be recovered just yet unless Velocity runs out of bullets halfway through. Mr. Shark is still there on the site. And, well, Munchie has got his work cut out for him if he's having anything to do with this round. So they survive again, Nutty. They should be able to pick up that AWP. But, I don't know. Mega caught in the same position twice. Was overwhelmed in the end. Thought maybe Velocity could have got more value out of his position too.
So much cash in the back pocket now for Nutty. Why is Mega MP7ing here? When they've just got so much cash. Goes hyper aggressive on B stairs there. Nutty, the other players kind of going aggressive on ramp side simultaneously. They're just pushing both extremities. This indicates supreme confidence from the CTs. And Underground must be able to punish here.
They're just not in the positions to be able to, unfortunately. Spacing a little bit too much for them. It is a very passive round from Underground.
Molly on in. Keeping moved back for the time being. It really looks like Underground want to regroup and hit this B site. Got to clear this off angle though. That's
Velocity.
beautiful.
Great stuff from him. Value with 2 there. And actually puts Underground on such a heavy back foot. So they're having to throw this first wave of utility themselves. Mr. Shark's able to avoid it quite easily. Boost. Well, would be effective, but they've got time to reset it up if they need to.
They're not going in yet. I'm not really sure what Underground are doing here. They're trying to like fake it.
Yeah,
Super's
the double
got
pump
them locked
doesn't
in.
work. Doesn't work when they've got Super in such a info gathering position. That should be the bomb plant. Easily. No disruption coming out from Nutty. They want to try and play this post plant. That's not good though. Super on that flank. They were aware of the possibility Underground, and now they've just turtled up in this site to try and fight each other back to back. But Mr. Shark is good for one. They know where the second is, and Moon's just got to keep his head down. Not able to do so. And so Underground, that's a critical plant for them. But Nutty very much in the box seat.
100%. Even with two guys surviving there, they still have plenty of cash. Plant will definitely help Underground reinvest if they were interested in it, but AK light util buy is not going to be as effective in like the long run anyway, because the reset potential is just really not there. So I actually don't mind the half buy with util here. Try and get some damage done.
Oh.
Awkward exchange. They both just kind of stare at each other for a second.
Yeah. It's like, did they even believe that it was possible? There was another opposition there.
Realize, didn't recognize, realize. Realize, I don't know.
They were told realize, that's why.
Yeah. Thanks for saving me.
Had to realign the script.
Could be a good timing for him.
Yeah, could take a lot of attention here at B. Catches the timing too on the velocity, so he's able to finish what he started. Script continues to hold attention here at B. This is great for him. And so he is just going to continue to pile driver Nutty this B bomb site. It forces a rotation off A, so that's a real window of opportunity. And he's done it again. Mega, who was low, not a lot to write about here. Mr. Shark narrowly avoids that. And they didn't check the site. Super has actually swindled them so hard. So despite all the work Script is doing, Super is just harassing this bomb plant. Oh, he continues to stay up. Look at the HP on Streety and Script. This post plant's going to be so awkward. They haven't checked him, despite him tapping that bomb. They are just convinced that he is not on that bomb right now. Oh, this is awkward, Pilski. Awkward.
He's making so many steps. They're able to read the position. Super's running out of time now. I don't think he's got time to get it done. He's going to wrap in through Heaven's Side. Clears it up, but no time to get it done.
No time.
Yeah, Script that whole round is like, hey guys, B's clear. Yeah, B's clear. Yep.
Still clearing B.
Just come B. Come B, guys. No.
Yep. You good? Go A. Yep. That would have been ad lib. That's the comms. Not T though. That's a round that probably won't be too happy about losing. In all honesty, it's costly. There wasn't too much invested there from Underground. All on the back of Script too. Had a quiet first map, but could be finding his voice here on the second. Again, slow progression, if any, up that A ramp.
Stairs control on the extremity here for Velocity. Got 3 players set up towards ramp side. Velocity's kind of... Oh, he's got this crossfire. What is that from Script? He whips his hair back and forth and lines up with a headshot.
Leaves them feeling a little bit jaded.
Go get yourself another, brother.
He's looking for it too. Mega. Oh. It's going to just tickle them. These B stairs, but... Oh, the perfect counter flash comes through. Had everybody turned, but actually wasn't ineffective in the end. Mr. Shark, though, does get blinded. Has to fall off that line. Misses the shot as a result. And so... Bomb plant will come in. He's trying to find them through the smoke. I think he gets a leg in the end. Mechanical on 2 HP. Keeps the player advantage for Underground. And so, they have to wait out this smoke now, Nutty, before they can progress. Mechanical has to be careful. Anything that touches him twice there could take him out. And he will progress through the smoke. So almost as a martyr for the rest of the team. Mr. Shark can only find one, and he makes the wise decision to save. That is potentially the end of the money tree if he doesn't save his weapon.
Yeah, I think they should be able to get one more buy together here, right?
Should be able to just scrape together one.
Yeah, but after
Velocity.
that's where the reset potential could really come in strong.
Yeah, I was going to say Velocity will need a gun. So will
I think he
Mega.
could just double chop A1Ss here. If he doesn't buy anything. I think 2.9 plus 2.9 is 5.8.
Yeah. It depends if he needs utility.
Yeah, there you go. Nah. I'd rather just get all the A1Ss, give the other boys utility. I don't mind if my AWPer doesn't have utility. It makes it harder to re-aggress in the mid-round, right? Or when you're setting up for those retakes. But with the nade dropping update, you can always, once you get into that position, you can just drop him a flash in the mid-round.
Yeah.
Or when you go in for the retake,
day,
just drop him all the util.
At the end of the day, it's just a pool of utility, and it doesn't belong to any individuals anymore.
Yeah. Re-aggression from Mr. Shark. Gets flushed off the line. Good stuff.
Oh,
even predicts that second pick from Munchie. He is putting the team on his back here for Nutty Gaming.
And Molotov just forces Streety on a path to destruction. In the end, he's clobbered by 2 CTs at the A side. He had no one with him to help. Now, Script did a great job here at B. Picks Velocity once again. Might even be looking for the second. The smoke goes down for cover, but he doesn't get Mega on that off angle. As I say that, though, he paints him a halo. Script is starting to come into his own at this map.
Oh! From the grave! 1 HP for Clover. Moon pushes forward. Nah, not good enough. That round got very sweaty, though.
That was very unorthodox. We'll put it that way. Moon obviously thinking that he could beat the rotation. Now,
Tack pause for Underground. Can I have a chat? Their money is really all over the shop. Figure out some players with 2.7, 2.8. Okay, so two schools of thought here. You know, obviously just a single save and keep doing damage. But they brought it down to to 2 players surviving. There is some kind of buy you could put together here where you like do the AK drop like you would do in round number 2 after bomb plant.
yeah.
But they're not going to do it. I think it's hard to find those buys at this level sometimes.
Yeah, they do take a lot more coordination.
Like
And
you would
that-
see, you might see that from like Navi or someone like that. Or like FaZe, for example.
That's one of those things too. It's on the IGL to get that across
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
And not only that too, but like the players to be confident in making that work. Or script. Can't find the jewel that he wanted. Does get pushed back. Does allow some space though for Underground at this A site to push up the ramp.
No U2 here. No nuance. Just got to click heads. Double flank in here from Nutty anti-eco. These guys just disrespect anti-eco all the time.
I don't mind that, to be honest. It can go pear-shaped for you. But if anything, what it does is it puts your opposition on the back foot. And if anything, sometimes even forces them to play passive on those sorts of rounds.
Yeah. I think, look, usually I wouldn't be a fan of it, but I have to say, if there's anything Nutty have been doing tonight, it's having very clean anti-ecos on CT. It's kind of been their superpower, honestly. Very un-Australian of them.
Right? Just, what's the secret sauce? How do they have it? How does nobody else have it? What is the
Velocity is
recipe?
where the T's buy guns.
This is just pure, again, I actually think he thought it was an eco round.
No one
He's
told
got the
him they had
MP9.
guns.
Yeah, like, he's got the MP9. Like, he thinks they're on like a half buy or a no buy. He's playing a gun round like it is
Oh, he's done so
an
well there.
anti-eco.
He's killed Munchie, grabbed his AK, and Underground are going to spend so much time clearing out their own spawn.
Yep. And not only that, he's radioed through the info that mid is clear. This is just chewing up a lot of time for Underground. That being said, though, at least this time, they have some conviction about them. They're not messing about. They're not waiting around and clearing things out. They actually have to take a slight risk here, put some pressure on this B side, and hopefully they can pull that rotation towards B and away from A.
Good entry from Streety. They haven't cleared Mega out of the back of the site, though, and he's able to kill Script and makes it clear that there's no one else over here. So Underground now picking up the pace, smokes across the backside of the site here, are going to allow them in. Is there a Molotov to deny the plant? There is. They're spamming
perfect.
Moon off of it as well. Only 14 seconds, Jim.
Yep, he's waiting out that Molotov, and unfortunately that smoke's not going to... wow, actually that smoke does cover the Molotov. It was a little bit shallow. And so the smoke, I thought, was only just going to last things out. It does give them enough cover, but the retake is there. All the CTs are ready, and they can't play this as the timer. They've got to try and take their jewels here. That's why that flash comes out perfectly. It does go 1 for 1, though, and so Streety has to try and make this work. Moon is his backup. Moon is his cover with that AWP, and he has to find the off angles, and oh, they're making a mess of this. Nutty take heavy losses there. Mr. Shark comes through in the end, but that was way more expensive than it needed to be for Nutty.
Yeah, at least they had money to be able to recover from that one. But that's not going to be one of those economy building rounds that we're talking about. Missed opportunity from Underground. Felt like they could have got that one done. They aren't going to reinvest here. They're very passive with their economic decision making. I think in this case it is right to half buy, to be fair. The CT money is still quite strong. So I think it's the correct decision.
Predicting a
quick one,
faster
Brown.
charge. Yeah, predicting a faster charge, Nutty, with some of these pieces of util. There should be an opportunity to get onto this site and just punch a hole through the defenses.
Quick plant. Still a couple of flashes here for Streety.
Oh, no. That's not good. Molotov, not where it wanted to be, but they take that duel with the CT who has stepped.
Beautiful.
They're buying time here. Oh, it's all on Mr. Shark. This has just gone pear-shaped for Nutty. So the change in pace working wonders for them. They're going to check on the back of this smoke.
Wow, what a round from Streety. The flashes to set his teammates up. 2 from Munchie, 3 from Streety on that Tech 9 buy. That's big from Underground. That breaks the CT economy. After that last round that came down to 1 player surviving, that is a half-changing round from Underground. They get in there with the half buy. They make the Tech 9 armor and util work. Just the pace change. It was getting a little stale from Underground. And honestly, in some of the slower rounds, Jim, it felt like they've kind of been getting picked apart. But the pace change worked well for them. Here we go again, Velocity.
It's like, where's the respect? Absolutely no respect. But they do find him, so they do navigate trouble. And they're looking quite good here, Underground. They're going to keep this one nice and clean.
Yeah.
Turtled up, grouped up. All they need to do is just fight this out.
Doing very well for themselves. Nice shot from Super. He is now elite. Again, here's every footstep on the map. Well aware that the T's have called the audible.
Yeah, and he's going to be right in position. That flash is perfect to just get him off the line. He's got work to do. Munchie hits him with that aggressive peek, and that is going to be it. So Underground still showing that they've got some fight in the dog. Bit of a sketchy buy from the CTs coming out in terms of depth of utility.
Yeah, which on Vertigo can be a problem. Can't go and do a lot of the things that Nutty have been doing with that kind of util. They've been loving the stairs control. They've been loving aggressing ramp. Much harder to do that with this kind of a buy, and you can see it in their setup. Passive on the B site. A bit more control in middle, but on A, you've got this sandbag setup. Underground expecting this aggression through middle.
Just going to back off their mechanical. Yeah, Velocity's just set up ready for this. Grenades into what has been common positioning for Nutty. Now, if they isolate Velocity here, in fact, he's going to be Molotoved off. He doesn't even get to make contact, so he's got to reposition once again. They're just going to put so much pressure on Mega here in this site if Velocity goes down.
Bit mistimed there. Nutty trying to fight middle just as the progression utility comes in. Velocity taking contact, almost doubles up, but it's great spacing and a good trade from Streety. Mega now trying to hold on behind this wall of smoke on towards the smoke, the choke point of B, but again, Streety in for another. Script trades. Moon trying to get scaled on by Super is good enough. Sharks found one in the meantime. In the meantime, I thought this round was going to go to Underground. Script has to complete a 1-on-2 to make it happen.
Oh dear. It's good work though by Super to take that duel in mid. Just isolates everything here into this site now. Script has done some good work so far. Can't isolate the first. Yes, he does, and he's going for the second. Not quite. 2 HP for Super. Oh, that was way too close for Nutty's liking. And again, money's not going to be a good discussion for them in this next round.
Yeah. Could get one gun bought over there, but it's going to be pretty broke for most of Nutty's players. Should be able to get a fair few A1Ss though. Shark can drop one, Velocity can afford. And I think Mega can afford. Clover's the only one who has to go down to an MP9. Or rather, it's going to be Velocity, and he's going to do his normal dance. Yep. Mega again crosses to ladder. Munchie keeping tabs on that. Script is having a great game here.
It certainly is. Came within a bee's wing of winning that last round.
This is why Vertigo is such an interesting map. You know, some maps, it's a bit more one-dimensional in terms of the lurks. Like if you're the wing player on Inferno and you're taking Nana, you basically just stand anti-flash at the top of Banana in the mid-round. But Vertigo on stairs, a good aggressive lurk player is worth its weight in gold. You can really
so
open
many
up
twists
rounds.
and turns. They have to burn another molly trying to clear that spot, so super. On his lonesome, he's just going to tank all that attention. That's burning up so much time for Underground. They haven't been able to remove him from sandbags. Third Molotov now. They eventually get him. Clover needs to be careful. He's got the cavalry coming through, but that wall of smokes will be laid down.
Yeah, would love to
They're
see.
still not convinced.
Would love to see a boost from the CTs here. Not to be though. Mechanical gets that plan on the left side. One smoke here for Nutty to try to get this post plant done. Pretty one-dimensional retake though, Jim.
Yeah, they haven't got a lot of options. Positioning is at fault here. Mechanical finds two. And well, Clover, he's going for this. Has to. Got way too many targets to find. Not enough time to find them. So 8-7 the scoreline. That is going to be Underground fighting back to win the last round of the half. Decent effort from them on this map.
Another
Certainly,
close,
once again, individuals stepping up.
another really close one. It was 8-7 on Mirage as well.
You're right. But we know how that one turned out.
Yeah, I think Nutty kind of showed that they were a cut above in the second half. But that was on the CT side. This time they got to get it done on T. That is a lot of T's heading towards ramp.
And fast, too. They got a wriggle on. Streety, thought he was displaying some trigger discipline. Unfortunately, it becomes his undoing in the end. Now, Nutty blistering pace into this A bomb site script. Just hoping he can pepper them through the scaffolding, but no shots on offer. And they've in fact now got the information there's two CTs in flank, so pretty much all the attention gets turned the way of A ramp. Every angle covered. Oh, super. Practically there to give him a kiss.
It's good sportsmanship. It would be impolite not to.
Absolutely. Kisses for the homies.
Yep.
It's force coming in from Underground. It is a mixed bag. Scout can be so effective on this map, though. Particularly you take it to that A ramp. And also, particularly if the progression utility from the T side is lackluster.
Yeah, this is going to be a save.
Yeah, this is a yin and yang round.
Get him,
Mac
get him,
10s.
get him, Munchie. Good on you, mate.
Stick him. The Mac 10s have gone wandering, though.
Surely you don't attempt this retake as CT.
Did somebody tell Underground this?
No. Come on,
Well,
let's be
hang
sensible,
around.
boys. Let's be sensible. They planted before we've even started rotating. We've got no kit. Yeah, just set up for exits.
I mean, Mechanical just hoping that that flash is enough to disorient someone and they go down with the bomb, but we know that's not going to be the case. Nutty with a strong start to the second half. CT side, they have pretty much everything they took from last round.
Yeah. I think they lost one gun, but Mac 10 picked up by Munchie is going to allow him to drop the pistol to Script. Or whoever it was that died. Again, same thing from Nutty. Script's got no armor. Going to be hard for him to hold this one down, and Clover just scales straight onto him. Great movement speed on the Mac 10. Mechanical gets absolutely dumpstered as well. This is Nutty playing with confidence, playing with momentum. Almost kind of like a Mirage T side that I'm watching here. Ooh.
Moon. Okay. Oh, it's going to make it interesting. Still got 3 more to go.
Where has this been? Like, he needs to get himself warmed up. Because he's been quite quiet tonight. Last week, this guy was dropping 30.
Would you say he's been eclipsed?
I'd say, I'm trying to think of a moon race joke, but I can't. I'd say the moon landing was fake in this case, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah.
You're yeah. I don't know where to go with that one.
It's
to be honest,
not my best work. Not my best work, Jim.
No,
You didn't have a lot
segues are
to
very
work with.
limited.
Yeah, just like on the moon. There we go.
There we go. He's back. Fast aggression in through mid from Nutty. Pushing underground into the
that's
sides. That's a
beautiful.
great flash. Great flash. Script enabling Munchie to find the first.
Yeah, Shark's quite low here as well. This is the opening gun round that Underground really need. Close it out nice and clean. Keep fighting for this one because the money on the tees is quite good here. Can't afford to be giving away extra guns. Just need to close this 5-4 pretty concisely.
All the CTs here at A are really channeled towards back alley. They've obviously got one in the sight with that AWP, but they have not cleared scaffolding here. And in fact, that's the bomb down. Mega is a long way from home. Oh, Mechanical finds a second. There is hope here, though, from Clover. But it's a 4v1 he's got ahead of him.
Great round from him. 4K from Mechanical. In that opening gun round, like, that's big impact. He's happy with that.
I would be too.
Get the boys G'd up. Get
We've got a
everyone
certified
excited.
Counter-Strike enjoyer.
It's very wholesome, isn't it?
Love having the player cams.
I love it when a player... Oh, there we go, Moon. There we go.
He's finally awake here. A lot of work to be done.
It's only 8 p.m. Honestly, in Australia, some seasons, the moon doesn't come out till about then anyway, so makes sense.
Yeah, the lunar cycle does vary. Oh, okay. Script.
Lost City's got a bloody death wish right now.
This man knows no bounds. Very much trying to make this work. And Smoke is just hampering Mega's efforts thus far. But really, they have all their eggs in this B basket. And so, maybe back to a more conventional approach.
Mega says, let's go again.
Yeah, no, you do it. Someone else take the boost.
Oh, Script. Just like on T side, he's great on this B area. Oh, great raw adjustment. Nice round from Script. 4K from him. Another clean gun round for Underground. This is what they've been missing, Jim. Only Super has any cash at all. Maybe he goes hero AK hit. But CTs have definitely built up a lot of cash.
They have, and they've been able to put a lot of pressure on by stringing multiple rounds together. Change of pace here from Nutty. Now Munchie, potentially one for the stats, but he does a lot of damage to Velocity, who's in the end cleaned up by Streety. Look at that utility rain on in. It should just be an elementary cleanup from there, but that's actually not too bad from Nutty. They pick up 2 on what was pretty much next to no investment.
I mean, they had the hero AK that I wanted to see get a bit more done. And that means that Super has no utility heading into this round. It's pretty light util here for Nutty. Gonna be a bit harder for them to kind of contest scaffold or retake areas of the map. You know, play maybe a slow default round where they apply pressuring to mid. They are grouped up pretty heavily towards B. Again, Velocity is trying to fight script. Ill-advised. That was a nice nade from Munchie. Holy.
Yeah.
Right off
I
the
like
girder
that.
from middle. That's great bowling.
Love a good girder nade.
I don't think I've ever seen a nade that was girder than that. Oh, that was terrible.
Get good.
Have you heard the word, Jim, about that nade? Oh, scripts.
Oh, he's just punishing players for over peaking. Good trade there from Moon. A lot of work to do from Mr. Shark though.
He's checking out the textures in Spawn. Beautiful.
We've got a certified texture appreciator,
Yeah.
a texture connoisseur.
That's how I used to tell my teammates that I was tilted about them feeding frags across the map. I'd just stare at some bricks. Like I'd always call from the wing on T side. And if I was like lurking outside Monster on overpass or something and everyone fed like bathrooms, I'd just look at the wall. Like, wow, had so much fun this round.
I've literally had to use that look at the wall call for players who play post-plant positionings terribly. Like, you got a clear player advantage.
Yeah.
You call for your team to just look at the wall. Now,
Lick the
Mr.
wall,
Shark is looking at more than just walls.
Script's still alive,
Script
bro. No
is
chance.
still in the mix. Yeah, he is just having a ripper of a map.
That's wholesome. He's a standout bloke. Met him at DreamHack.
Stand up as well, you would say.
Yeah. When I say standout, I mean he's massive. You can't miss him.
Nutty Tactical discussing what they need to do to swing momentum back their way. In amongst all this, we commented on Super and his mouse use, whether he's an arm or a wrist gamer. It's his monitor positioning as well.
Yeah, he's a bit more forward.
Very forward. Like maybe even it's getting closer map by map.
Got to get that focus. Again, Velocity, straight up ramp. He's kind of just feeding opening picks to underground. Most of these rounds.
This was a buy too. This is on the back of that tactical. They've changed the pace. They've been obliterated.
Yeah. It feels like Nutty trying to force fights on the extremities. And it's just not working at all.
It's a good series of frags from Streety. Counter with the spray at Scaffold. Finds a second, but yeah, on the back of that tactical, Nutty just trying to change pace, and I don't know, none of the utility they got off that round was in any way effective. Underground were happy to just sit at the top of the A ramp and let the show unfold.
Back on another half bite. Not too much nuance to this one. It's just going to be a Deagle split pick. Good shoulder in from Mega, drawing out the shot from the ult. Munchie is backed up by Streety here.
Oh.
That's, I was going to say that's just blown the rifle to the tees, but luckily it doesn't go the direction I thought it was going.
Yeah. Oh, the boost. Not quite quick enough to catch out Streety. Drops the molly. Just waiting out to see whether or not anyone's game enough to push through it. There's nothing on offer here for Nutty, to be honest. They have to make their way through. Nutty to try and find and isolate any duels that they can. Mechanical's got just such a wealth of info. For a moment there, I thought he might have even been caught in transition.
Boost on up. Spotted by Moon. There you go, easy as you like. Feels like the wind is out of the sails here for Nutty. Easy pickings for Underground. Another shutdown with 4 alive.
These rounds are so slow too from Nutty.
Yeah.
They are chewing up every second that they can.
Some of them are super slow, some of them are really fast, and neither is working right now.
Yeah, they've had a few changes of pace. Just really have dropped off as soon as they got onto this T side, which is actually the opposite of what happened in the previous map. It's a nice grenade, repeated again. Good girder.
It's one of the best. Nutty. What's the plan here? Just Mr. Shark posted over on this A side of the map. Helped out by Clover. The rest of them are kind of having a look around at B. But it is a regroup towards A after, 20, 30 seconds. Initial default. Nutty are going to go try to test this A side of the map. They smoke off Moon. Maybe try to open things up towards Mechanical or scale onto the orb straight through the smoke here. He's sticking around. This is confidence from Moon. Risky gameplay. Beautiful though, straight over the edge of the smoke, but instantly traded by Velocity. Munchie's got super in the meanwhile.
This grenade should be able to do lots of damage. Does chunk down a few, but it's this push from Mechanical that has all the attention of Nutty.
He's too good. He's too good in this position. Holy.
Oh, Mechanical.
Another
Mechanical.
3K.
Great work. Great work from him. As needed. And so, well, they have a way back into this Underground. This series. This is their map pick too, so confidence from them, reigning supreme.
It's great anchor work from on either side of the map. Like you're running into Mechanical or you're running into Script, and both of them are putting you in the bin. With great frags on these rifles. Really limited util here. 1 minute 35 and you got 5 grenades to work with on the T side.
Oh, can't even get that spray working. So this is starting to really fall apart here for Nutty. Moon finds the timing. Mr. Shark, it's flattened. Clover in on that B bomb site. But where is that bomb?
Yeah, dropped in middle. Flank coming out. Moon's found another one in the meanwhile, and Munchie all over that. Underground cannot be faulted on CT right now. It's a repeat of the last game, actually. 8-7.5, and then the team that swaps over to CT has a couple of clean rounds, and the T side just never gets back in the game, Jim.
That is how these last 2 maps have gone so far. The question is, can Underground seal the deal? Force that third. Head to Inferno.
I think it's so.
Not a lot of utility to work with here for Nutty. No progression utility.
Oh, he's too good. Mechanical's actually having a phenomenal series here. Munchie's been all over Mega in middle as well. Like, that lurk is getting a bit too readable.
Yeah, starting to be really, really predictable.
This is a bit more of the Moon I was seeing last week as well. He hadn't turned up to the game, but he's starting to get warmed up.
Well, Super and Clover got a lot of work to do. Do have a little bit of time to do it, but that will fast disappear if they do not work together.
I'm not sure what that smoke's supposed to do, honestly.
It's just giving Clover an avenue in, but missed. I thought he missed it there, unfortunately. But Moon now leaves Clover in a 1 versus 4 situation. Good for the first 2. Can he find the third? No, he cannot. And that's going to be Underground forcing a third map here. They are definitely pleased with that. Pilski, as you said, it was almost as though the script was flipped from map number 1 on Mirage. Here on Vertigo, both these 2 teams now have taken their map pick and done so in very similar fashion. They've been able to shut out the second half of play.
Yeah, really good anchor work from Mechanical and Script in particular. If those guys keep up good form heading into Inferno, that's going to be great tools for Underground to utilize. But look, Inferno, Ultimate Decider really could go either way between these two teams. Eager to see who's going to get that knife round because T sides have been a little bit slow at times for both of these squads. So on that T side of Inferno, you're going to have to be self-starters and find some impact here. Can't afford to be letting that CT money build up like we've seen in both of these games.
Felt as though the first half was certainly very, I guess, evenly matched affair.
I thought Nutty were winning super hard at this point. Like their money was starting to get out of control, especially around this position. But Underground did really well to win the next couple, and this was the big round. This round number 9 was the swing, I think. Oh no, this one was won by Nutty. So
Yeah, it felt as though that that big swing round was Nutty, in the box seat. They had won that big swing round. I thought Underground were done and dusted, but I mean, Script at this B bomb site, right? Like on T side, he was clearing it out by himself. On CT side, he was locking things down. So he had a great map, along with Mechanical too, has been having a great series. So I think if those players can continue to really capitalize and improve on the form that we're seeing from them, they're a real way back into this series and have been for Underground.
100%. So, I mean, heading it down to Inferno, this is where, you're definitely going to have to see Nutty get themselves warmed back up. Definitely have the ability to win this series, and I think they are the favorites to do so. But Underground, yet again, last week they beat Arena. I wasn't backing them to do that. This week, they could really be taking out this series because they're showing that they are a very decent team and probably worthy of getting themselves a Stage 2 berth here.
Well, let's just see whether or not they get that Stage 2 berth. Map number 3 is coming up after the break.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey!
Welcome back to the Biocode CSGO Pro League. We are here in stage 1. We have Nutty coming up against Underground. We're into map number 3, Pilski, and we didn't actually think we'd be here based on the map 1 performance of Underground, but they surprised us on Vertigo and have now sent us across to the third and final map, which will be Inferno. So one of these two teams will be looking to book that spot in stage 2, and they could certainly do that right now.
Yeah, I think both of these teams playing well enough to win this series, and our lovely producer has let us know that Underground's won the knife round, so I'd assume they're probably going to start out CT and just try to get themselves rolling. I don't know. There are some maps I don't mind starting T, but I don't think... Oh, they're going T. Oh, sorry, CT. They're going CT.
Okay. I was going to say, did they really just throw caution into the wind?
There are some maps I don't mind starting T. I think Mirage, as a third map decider, I don't mind starting T. Maybe even Vertigo, I don't mind starting T. There's a few maps that I would consider starting T. I don't think Inferno is one of them. Can sometimes be hard to kind of self-start on the T side of Inferno.
Well, we're not going to have to wait too much longer to get into this. Inferno is ready, and we're going to head on over as we see the players now joining in. And I don't know, Pilski, as you said, I kind of always like the prospect of a comeback on CT on a map like Inferno, but I mean, in this sort of closely contested affair, you kind of want, and I feel as though the economy really plays into this, you really got to set the pace on CT early on the first half.
I hate CT comeback in the current state of the economy, honestly, Jim.
Yeah,
sometimes
you don't want to play
like you're playing paycheck to paycheck. If the round gets close and you get yourself
like
reset, you're done.
The CT-sided maps, you don't want to have the comeback on that second half. Like, you don't want to play your CT side on a CT side favored map in the second half.
So we actually do have T side start for Underground here.
Oh, okay. Confidence. Maybe they're back in that CT side in a second, but Velocity, not going to get a lot of info because he's late to the peak. So he is that info play, and if he's not careful, he could be spotted. So he gets the info. Look at the pressure this is going to put on this A site. They're going to filter out pretty quickly. So Clover's got his work cut out for him. Great reposition there from Velocity, and it's actually calling the rotation off that B bomb site. So they're going to get on through, straight in through Diggity, streaming in. That's a great shot from Clover. Looking to find more, though, and the crossfire in the site hasn't been effective yet. Velocity was smoked out, and so he gets isolated. That's not a good start here for Nutty.
Yeah, I think you're happy with that as Underground. If you're ever going to start T side, you want the pistol. Really sets the pace for a game like this. And they're going to be super happy with that one. Good stuff getting in on that A site. It's going straight up dig and just trading out. 3K for Streety. Starts off beautifully.
It's the perfect way to continue momentum from map number 2.
Same kind of purchase here for Nutty, Jim. Kind of like a half buy kind of deal.
Turns out Mr. Shark's not a fan of terracotta either.
No. It's so satisfying. How can you resist?
He's counter terracotta at the moment.
I'll tell you what, Jim. Bill and Ben will not be happy.
Absolutely not. Oh, super. Misses the timing there, but the pain train rolls on. Slow but steady towards this B-bomb site. Molotov to give them some spacing, the stage things here.
Yeah. Just
a one utility.
Just a 1-4 from the T's, leaving Munchie over towards that A site. You're already getting the rotations here from the CT, so Here comes the
double
exit.
flash.
Velocity on the line. Not quite good enough. Doesn't connect on any heads. Mega trying to scale into the site off the back of that flash. Underground still haven't quite gotten in, but they're still hitting the entries, so it's looking more convincing for them.
Yeah, Mega needed to hit the go button on those flashes a little bit early. He had the double flash. Velocity was in position. All they needed was a dribble flash in there and could have been a nice little disruptor to this B-side hit that has been telegraphed oh so much by Underground. Okay. Mr. Shark digs in and finds Moon before Mechanical comes through and just farms them for that cash. He wanted this round done and dusted. That is dirty.
Can keep doing more damage here with the Mac 10, but he throws it over to Streety. Money's already good here for Underground. Following this anti-eco can get even better. And they're running into an empty site, so that'll always help out.
Gives Nutty time to practice their boost. Looks like they need a few extra moments to be able to do so.
100%. Nice. We got two.
Next
we
time.
got two on porch in the time that Underground took to get the whole B site and plant.
Oh. Munchie has been absolutely chewed up. Moon, though, determined not to let them get anything.
Clean.
So Streety also finds with the Mac 10, so
Only lost an
absolutely
SMG.
nothing.
They're super happy with that. 100%. He's
a good
going to be
one for
that
the bank.
buy through though from the CTs. They're going to have real good util. Maybe even an AWP here, Jim. Going to have absolutely everything they need in a round like this.
Yeah, I think that discipline on the city side has definitely helped them a lot. And you're right, it's one of those maps where you don't want to go without utility on either side. Nice little run boost.
Ooh, that was really good movement from Mr. Shark. Double dig from Mega straight down Nana. Clears, script out of Broom. And advantage for Nutty now.
Oh,
Bit of a team bink.
yeah, that's not a nice one either. Puts Mega down in that very, very low category. Consider him legged.
Velocity's getting a bit carried away with that spray there. Here's this Nana retake utility though. Smoke up to half wall. I don't rate committing the smoke there from Velocity, to be honest.
Just a little shallow for my liking.
Yeah, it's a bit of a missed one. He's still got a molly to play with, and it is slowing down the tees.
Flash top of banana. Trying to get numbers up, clear things out.
That's like a bit more of an old school flash. I feel like I haven't seen that one in a while.
Yeah, that one's from like the book of 2013.
I swear to God, I used to throw that. I haven't seen that in ages.
It was like from Inferno CE.
Yeah, no, seriously, you're right.
Here we go. Super. There's that smoke just trickling in. He's just going to spam brackets. Clover's got to get that smoke out quite quickly. He's in his lonesome on the pit, but they don't check him. He still retains coverage. And so this is an awkward side hold because they don't have control of pit. They sort of just hope that Clover will leave them alone. He's not done so. And Super's also chimed in as well. So Streety in a really awkward position now. He's got to try and fight for his life. Isolate some jewels and he's out of bullets.
It's done good damage shot. Two more guns taken away by Streety makes a difference in terms of the money. Big difference between 4 CTs surviving and 2.
It is not good for competitive money on the CT side, but if anything, it's just going to allow Underground to continue to put some pressure on. So what have they got here? Okay, they're going to try and make that T-side alt work. Moon is really going to hope that Nutty makes some critical errors here. Punish any over peaks, but we also know that Nutty do have Mr. Shark on that AWP, and he does like to take things aggressive.
Nade stack onto Streety here. Doesn't quite kill him. He's going to forfeit banana control for the time being as Velocity spamming away on that Famous. Underground happy to forfeit banana control. Are going to try and go for this brackets take. Disrupted for the time being by that Molotov. Clover up on the off angle. Should get flashed off the line here. Great flash coverage. They don't scale onto him. He's going to reaggress. He's gotten away with absolute robbery there.
Wow. That is daylight robbery. Okay, Super's in position to trade. Could even find a second two as he just strolls out Boiler. Moon, no chance for a trade whatsoever. But Streety needed to push that. Needed to get things out. That flash is perfect. Mega. He's arrived on the site, but that bomb is taking its time going through the halls. This is really awkward because they've still got, you know, that engagement going over at B. It's a 2v2 at A and a 1v1 at B.
Oh, that's big from Script. That's pulled Mr. Shark on the rotation over to B. Mega's still on the side here. This was a little misplayed by Underground, has to be said.
Yeah, that hard commitment to the A halls from the bomb really left him with no option. And now Moon's got to just try and fight his way out. He's got a little bit of utility to use, so he's going to try and back pocket that. Get him set up out of the site. It's a great smoke. Forces Mr. Shark into the jewel. And that is a great shot under pressure. We've seen him hit a few of those. And he was baited straight into that fight. But he stands tall.
Again, though, Underground are keeping the economic pressure on. And the bomb plan is going to allow them to reinvest here. This could be the reset round for Underground.
Incentive's certainly there. Could really start to push away in terms of kills. They're trying to make this buy work a little bit, though. Haven't necessarily got everything that they want, but it's a pretty decent buy, to be honest.
I mean, both of these teams with decent buys, and both of them would be broke. This is going to tell us who's going to get early control of this half here. Velocity showing that he's got the MP9 over towards bottom nano here.
Consistency with Velocity. Pushing with an MP9.
I don't think I'm a fan of how he's using his util a lot of the time, though. Like, dumping the Molly T stairs there does not really do a whole lot.
No, not early on in the round.
And he just keeps util. Like, he's dumping his util for very little gain here, Jim.
Well, that's the thing. He hasn't held that position. Like, the position they took.
They're just retaking Nana easily.
Yeah, they're just waiting out the utility.
Just had no impact, really.
Nutty and not holding it. So, yeah, very little return. That flash has got them better return than the whole stack of utility they've used in the lead up.
Yeah. Very effective on just that singular flash. He finally gets cleaned up, though. He's done a fair bit of damage in terms of softening up the Ts, who are now locked out of the site. Mega well aware that T-side wants to scale into the site with a numbers disadvantage, just playing in the smoke.
Oh, that was messy. Moon's got a lot of work to do. Oh, well played behind the fountain there from Super. And so, that will be a round for Nutty and a small swing round because Underground, they needed a bomb plant in that round if they were going to continue to put the pressure on and buy.
Yeah. Underground going to have enough to invest in some pistols, try to do some damage. They need to make sure they're keeping this CT economy honest. That was a big round for Nutty to win, though. Has to be said. Straight up middle here. Flash disrupting them. Super trying to fight on his lonesome. Instantly traded out. Mr. Shark now able to kind of fire and fall away. Good positioning from him. Moon's got his hands on an AK. Wants to try to put it to good use, and he will. A very winnable 1-on-2 here for Moon now. This is a good angle for Clover, but he's spotted out. Crosshair placement needs to be sublime here. Cannot afford to get aim punched, and the swing from Clover is a little better. Great damage out of Underground, though. 3 guns taken away is exactly what they wanted to see.
So much return. So much return for that. And now they're able to put the pressure back on. Like this is just keeping the pressure on Nutty. And despite the fact they've only got a 1-round lead, they can easily be reeled back in. So, Mr. Shark looking to get aggressive. We've seen him do this quite a few times actually. He needs to be careful though. Doesn't want to be split from the pack. It's a good smoke up into brackets. Allows them a lot of control underground. Velocity, again, just doing what he's done previously. Dumping a lot of utility. Needs to be careful though because he is solo on B. He has got one flash and one smoke within which to try and ride out this remaining minute and 20. But that's a good start.
He's won the aim duel versus the AWPer. Now he's going to play the off angle in front of half wall. Brackets util coming in for the T side. Disrupted again by Mr. Shark. He's doing a great job of just drip feeding in the smokes and mollies. Mechanical's gone through it. The tower boost. This could be dangerous. Mechanical could just walk through and kill them both. Not to be.
Oh, crisis averted. And now Velocity has got a whole host of info. Using that last remaining part of his utility to just try and chew up as much time as possible. That smoke will fade on about 25 seconds, but that is not where things are unfolding. Mr. Shark gets... Oh, thankfully, his error was saved, but he was just drawing all the attention from all of Underground there. Super has been playing quite well, actually, in this series.
Yeah. He's got very good mechanics. Definitely a good up-and-comer for a couple of seasons now.
I do rate the Cosmo Kramer in Munchie's background. The Kramer.
Full util take again on Nana. Underground just on the half buy here. I think if I'm Underground, I'm really considering like mid-round retakes on Banana. I think they're missing some opportunities here for B endings in the mid to late round.
Well, I mean, if they do end up, you know, losing this series, they can certainly look at that as an area to which they need to improve. Prog smoke out of halls. That's a nice little dribble. Should allow them to get out, but Super's there. He's just happy to farm. So they keep it clean. No bomb plant there for Underground. Doesn't matter anyway. They have the money that they want. But, I mean, having a bomb plant in that round actually would have given them 2 gun rounds in a row.
Yeah, and they're also doing no damage to Nutty's economy either, which was where they lost the control of the game last time on Mirage. Need to keep this competitive. Change up now for Nutty. Aggression into second mid. Clover fully white, covered by Mega from second mid apps.
Oh,
that's gone all the way to the CTs. This is the great thing about having a strong economy on the CT side, is you can mix in these hyper aggressive rounds and you don't fear reprisal, you don't fear that economic reset if things don't work out. Not the kind of plays that you make when you're broke. No, you play like you are trying to win when you have this economic position, as opposed to some CT teams who are playing and trying not to lose. Yeah. Oh, Moon though could forge a way back into this round. Doesn't find the timing on the spam shot, but with this 3 versus 1, this is a very, I was going to say, very forward position there from Super. Maybe getting a little bit too overconfident with that AK, but I don't know, with 51 seconds here, I get the impression already this may be a save round. Yep. Checking out kitchen. See what's in the fridge. Retro fridge. Yep. That one's fresh out of the 1950s, I reckon. I can hear the sound of it opening. Very like meaty door. It's actually got an ice box in it. It's not even gas. Oh boy. I think this place needs a little bit of redecorating. They're just being shut out of these rounds, though. Yeah. Underground, that's probably not the position that they want to be in. And you're right, they're not really putting a lot of pressure on the CT economy, are they? Look at it. It's starting to really hit some numbers. They need to take attack. Like, they're not recognizing where the windows are that they can exploit the CT team here. And now Nutty are starting to change up how they're playing because their money is so good that you can't really get those good reads in as much. But there's so many opportunities to take Nana in the mid to late round.
Not entirely being utilized. And, I mean, the fact, too, that Velocity's burning through so much of his utility.
Yeah. Like,
That's
how do they
not gonna
hold
make
it?
it easy
How do they
to hold.
hold a late round contact like just like exy be exy? Like they just have no util. Again, like Velocity's got a flash on B.
Yeah, and
that's it.
He's just solo B-side.
And they're going
anchor.
bracket again, Jim.
Is he just making enough noise for 2? Or do you reckon he's got a secret stash of util sitting in B that he can go replenish?
There might be, yeah. Like I might have a misread on it because on this UI we can't see how much they've left over on the backside, but here's this bracket take again.
Oh, Super's just hoping they filter into his crosshair.
They still don't have banana, Jim.
Yeah, Underground, I feel as though they might not actually have the protocols they need to take B. Maybe that's what's shying them away from it. Oh, Super. Good for 1. Is in the second. There we go. That's clean. That's what you want out of a jungle side defender. Now Velocity has pretty much got nothing to hold this side with.
This should have happened like 4 rounds ago. This exact play should have happened 4 rounds ago and not when they're 3v5.
Oh, good work from Streety to recover from a smoke. Now Mega gets his way into construction. Streety's posted up on Banana, and he's going to be joined momentarily by Script, so a lot of work to do here. Oh, the timing's perfect from Clover. He strikes when they're not looking. And that is going to be a 7-3, now 8-3 from Nutty. They are having a whale of a time, and I don't feel as though the pressure that they need to put in that early round towards B is happening at all.
Yeah, this T side needs some work from Underground. Lucky this is the upper bracket for them, though. Surely on this half bite, this is the round where you see something different, like a quicker one towards B. Yes, beautiful.
Oh, here we go. Oh, it's only Velocity too. That grenade. Oof, chip damage and a half. He's got a teammate there to help him this time. Mega. Gonna make that org work.
There's 3 players with smokes and no one's firefighter.
Yeah, that's really hindered them on the approach to this site. Mechanical. Not going to be able to do too much damage. But Streety's still alive. Script finds the trade. Can they get the bomb plant? That's the objective here right now. And that bomb is down. That's what they needed. And Script, well, he's got a lot of fighting to do. Going to work his way around this smoke. Mr. Shark has a good idea of where he's at, but he could make this work. Oh, not good for the second in the spray transfer. Very difficult ask, but he does at least a decent wad of damage. However, at this stage, they need the rounds. Economic damage really won't be factored into it too much.
They've secured their economy on the T side here to keep buying through for the next couple, even if they keep losing, but they need to salvage here. Like, they need some gun rounds Underground. They can't go down 12-3 here. That's going to be a death sentence. And they got pistol as well. Like, these gun rounds have been abysmal.
It's disappointing too, given how well they were doing on Vertigo. They look like an entirely different roster on Vertigo. This is more of what we were seeing from them on the second half of Mirage. Just sort of falling by the wayside a little. It's a good start though, 4v4. Velocity capitalizing on the fading smoke. But the trade actually comes through at A. So this is a weird position for the CTs to be in. I feel as though they are just, unfortunately, taking these 1v1 duels, and the trade potential just isn't quite there. Oh, Mega caught in transition. 1v1 v1 v1 here, Pilski, after another.
Yeah. I don't think they're really cottoning on to this aggression from Velocity either. Reinvestment from Underground here. See if they're going to make any kind of change up. It's literally 4-8 at the start. Like, they've just got one player soloing B. It's going to be mega.
Bit of a change up then for Nutty. Okay. Was that push through carpet that's come through? It's got a lot of info there for Nutty. So Velocity's on the opposite side of the map doing what he does best and pushing. And they've all filtered into Banana here. So, oh, Moon's all over that. Does take a lot of damage in doing so. Clover.
Yes, beautiful.
It's the lurk on the lurk. This is more of a an Underground that is just asking for a bit of respect in the round.
Yeah, here's this retake utility on Banana here. Script is still up over the top. Should be a freebie for him onto Mega. Shoulder though. Still 2 CTs over here. It's holdable.
Oh, super timing.
Good trades.
It's much better from Underground. They have that
The
opening
first
into
round
this.
they go B, it's a success.
Yeah. Ironically, too, it's the first round that they move Velocity off the site. So I bet you right now, that's exactly what Nutty think the problem was. So they'll move Velocity back onto the site. He will do exactly as he's done in previous rounds. And I think things will play out as they have in previous rounds.
Yeah, perhaps.
Mega was not contesting Banana the way that Velocity has in previous. So I'm interested to see if that's how it plays out.
They're moving 3 over. Velocity's got an MP9, so you can already tell what's about to happen here.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
Flash timing could be good for him.
Oh, counter molly up to the car. Oh, Velocity. He gets out of jail. He gets out of jail with that jump.
That's fine though.
Does get traded.
1 for 1. It's pretty good there. I'm hoping Munchie's heard this scope. Nope.
Has not. He's heard it now. Numbers back towards this B. Banana. Super. Does spot a T on the jump. Oh, this is just bad angle after bad angle, and that is Nutty rounding out the half very strong. Pilski, it felt as though they were ramming their head against a brick wall in Banana.
Yeah, it's easy to criticize like the T-side calling from like that armchair position where you can see the whole map, but this is definitely the kind of game where if I'm Underground, I'm going back on the VOD, and you're really gonna have to put some work in on this T-side of Inferno.
Felt as though that Nutty were able to dictate a lot of the options, though.
Yeah, they were always a step ahead. You know, they were aggressing in Banana or Carps or second mid side or over on Banana and able to play accordingly. There were so many windows where, as Underground, if you recognize the patterns, you would have been able to exploit that CT side for sure. It's hard to find the answers, though, when you're in a pressure game. And I think Mechanical as well, I'm pretty sure he's doing the calling for Underground. I think it's something that I came into issue with as well. When a lot of the time I've seen him in some of the wing positions. When you're calling and you're not that player on Nana, it's hard sometimes to find a creative solution if you don't see exactly how the round's breaking down from your POV.
Yeah, there's definitely not enough getting translated across to him.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crushing wrap.
That's probably just the end of the game. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's
that's
very hard.
Round.
Very hard to come back from this position as a CT side. You would probably have to force and win next round, I would say.
They even took a tactical to start the half. That's probably compounding the level of frustration that Underground are experiencing right now, but Streety from Diggity here can't find the isolated kill, and that leaves Munchie in a position where he had to basically fight the world.
I think it has to be second round force here from Underground. Full save is just not going to do it. Not a fan of this at all, Jim. Yeah, there you go. They're late buying. Leave it to the last second.
They're always the buys where you can see the least confidence being displayed
That's
because they've lost their spawns.
they're 4-stack day. They're 5-stack day, in fact.
Yeah. I don't know, like the prospects here because Nutty are doing the due diligence at B.
I mean, Velocity's top Nana, so you already know he's heading into the side at some point.
Script. The timing. Doesn't get found out. Oh, Streety's going to pass like a ship in the night. Clover does check that smoke though. Cognizant of that fact. This is good. Script with that deagle.
They're back in it.
Does find 2.
They need to win this so badly, Jim. They smoke off the bomb, though. Keep those T's in banana. Scripps found himself an AK. This is how Underground could get back in this game. They had a shocking first half. But like I said, they needed to force second round and win. If they get these last 2 kills and upgrade to AKs, could it be even better? Streety, you can't afford to be throwing away these man advantages.
Well, Nutty don't have any utility either, so they really do have to fight this out. That's literally their only option, to combine and fight. So as soon as this smoke fades, pressure's going to be put on both these 2 teams to hit these shots.
Big from Mechanical. Yes, there you go, Underground. AKs picked up as well. 3 AKs picked up. That's massive. They win the force buy round 2. Pick up a handful of AKs. That's going to be a big boost to the economy. Counter force coming out here for Nutty. This is where Underground, they need to recognize that this counter force is coming out, and they need to make sure they're not being greedy with their utility. You need all the utility protocols to shut down these quicker plays. And then just play it very standard, very by the numbers CS here.
I was going to say, fast approach here from Nutty.
Uh-oh.
It's going to catch out at least the first. Streety does try to buy some time. Misses that smoke. He's not going to be able to put it down at his feet, and that's cost him the sight and potentially Underground the round.
No, not yet. Moon's got one through the smoke. Retake's quite
caveat.
doable here. They've got a lot of utility to get back in.
Oh, that Molotov just rolls a little bit further than they wanted. That timing, though, is good. Just buying them a little bit of post-plant here. The problem is all the CTs arrived on that side as the bomb has gone down, so they're going to have to fight their way out. Munchie, this flash is going to have to find at least 2. Isolate that duel on the side. Oh, this is great from Nutty. They fight their way through. Simple change of pace. Put Underground under pressure. And potentially 6 feet under.
They didn't have the protocols there, Underground, to shut down that B-rush. Like, you need that side anchor player to be ready with the counter flashes or molly or something like that as soon as that B hit's coming in. Great shot on the entry from Mega, has to be said, though. The second he rails that player in main, that site gets 10 times easier to get back into, and that's just a big missed opportunity for Underground. They're going to full save and run straight down mid here.
Might be able to catch out Mr. Shark.
It's good molly to keep him safe. There you go. All the way back where they buy guns.
Is this a public server?
Been a while since I've seen someone kill someone on that angle on an official.
I swear you only see that, like, all the action happens at, like, the bottom of second mid in,
like,
in T-spawn.
Yeah, like, one of those old school, like, what is it? You had to click through the menus, and it loads you into, like, you don't even use the server browser, you know? You're like, welcome, you're on a 64-tick Inferno. Game of Inferno, you're like 12v12.
Yeah, yeah.
That's where those angles are big.
Like a game arena server. That's where the protocols are learned. Okay, the anti-eco protocols. That's
where you if you know the most basic utility, like just the simplest of flashes, you will dominate.
And you're probably going to get banned.
Yeah, probably. All right, last chance saloon here for Underground. The bar's closing.
Maybe last drinks. Clover. He's going to be clearing out apartments. You've got essentially all of Nutty's eggs.
Flush from Mr. Shark.
In the A basket.
Doesn't catch Munchie. He's done well there.
Oh, that's not good. Not good for Nutty. As Mega actually finds that frag, but they haven't entirely cleared Diggity, so that's going to allow Moon some positioning. 3v3 into this bomb site. And, well, they've got to make this crossfire work. They're turtled up here. One decent piece of util, and they do have it here underground. That can really put a spanner in the works. Clover drawn into this fight here. Has to change his angle. Does get the spray. Goes 1 for 1 and super. He's been fantastic for them, but he cannot put the icing on the cake.
It's good stuff from Moon. He understands he needs to kind of contain them in sight. Punishes Mega going for that aggressive peak. Look, Jim, like I'd love to sell you guys something that is not not going to be the reality, but it's just not happening. 2 players surviving on the CT side when you're trailing 6-14. Immediate reinvestment from the T's. Underground, this is a case of saving face. This is not going to be a W for them.
Yeah, we said it as well. As soon as they selected sides, fashioning a comeback on CT side is so difficult to do.
Yeah.
Particularly in the state of the economy at the moment. It almost needs to be. Oh, there we go. That's nice. It's a good start.
They're getting warmed up far too late, Jim. Flash over the top is excellent. This is something that Mechanical was so good at as well. I'll give him props where it's due. His supportive flashes on the CT side, the amount of time I saw him throw a flash on the timing and get somebody freebies. Very good at setting up the others for success.
Oh, Streety doesn't want to make a wrong move there. Script and super. Clash of the Titans. Goes the way of Script this round, but Clover, he's got way too many angles to try and cover here. Does find the first. The trade potential from Moon was there. It was messy, but he got the job done. And now Mega. He's a world away from the bomb. That's a bit of time to work with, and, well, he's going to need every second.
Yeah, wrapping through his CT spawn now. He's got some, like, looks like cleaning supplies in the background. He's going to need to clean up this round. Need a bit of spray and wipe. Is he in the bathroom? Is he playing in the bathroom right now? Those tiles are very suspicious.
Yeah, it's the Ajax treatment. He's just going to be able to save here. There's nothing on.
Oh, he almost dies after time.
Yeah, that could have been rough, real rough, but he survives.
Yeah, look, Underground have bought themselves a little bit of space.
Starting to bleed out a little bit for Nutty.
It's that mantra of 1 round at a time here for the CTs.
Fairly standard set of protocols from Underground on the Banana. They've got a lot of info. They've got Streety pushing. Does have a support in tow. But Nutty just going to be on speed. Some violence, speed and momentum into brackets.
Don't really have the utility to be able to wrap jungle here, but they're going to give it a crack.
Well, that grenade looked like it could do way more damage than it needed to, but okay. Okay, things are starting to fall apart. They're being picked apart at the seams, Pilski. Is this the beginning of the end?
Mechanical must literally 5-man spray down here. He can't even get one. Their money's going to be broken, Jim. That's going to be the series.
Well, unless Munchie. We saw him on Mirage. It was a while ago now. He pulled out some heroics, pulled out a 4K. It's going to need to at least produce similar antics, and that's going to be Mega putting his stamp on the round. A lot of work to do for Moon, and immediately he backpedals down Banana. He says good evening and good night.
Oh, he's got a Titan Hollow on the orb. That's a couple grand, I think.
That's probably the only talking point in the round there for Underground.
Pretty much.
And unfortunately, they may be suffering the same fate as Titan. So close, but so far.
Nope.
Oh, that is insult to injury. There's nothing in this round there for Underground.
They are broke. Look, it was going to happen one way or another, got to be honest. Nutty one away from securing themselves a berth into stage 2, which is, I would say, the expected result. Credit to Underground, they've got themselves one upset, but a win over Nutty is going to be a bridge too far from these lads, unfortunately. At least they're going to still have an opportunity. This is just the upper bracket game, so difficult opponent for them. I'd say they've taken some learning in from this game.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Be a good VOD to go over to work on that T-side Inferno.
Oh, okay, velocity, just patience rewarded. And so, Streety with this Deagle really needs to produce a blinder of a round, and that's not going to be the case. 16-7, that is Nutty Gaming wrapping up this series and keeping themselves alive here. They will be progressing through to that stage 2. That's, I guess, as far as they're concerned, that's objective achieved.
100%. And I think what you saw there was a case of one team that has been together for a little bit longer, having a bit better of a map pool, having a bit more consistency and a better understanding of what their win conditions are and how they can put it together. Whereas a little bit shakier for Underground, definitely ran out of steam and momentum there on Inferno. They were never really in that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, it felt as though that they showed good signs though on Vertigo, and
sure.
I think they can take a lot away from
even
that
first
map.
half of Mirage. I would say they were looking competitive for sure.
Just ran out of steam on some of those critical rounds, and I feel as though maybe you're right in saying that just lack of depth on that T side of Inferno really is what hurt them.
Yeah, it's unforgivable if you win T side pistol on Inferno and you can only put up 3 or 4 rounds. It's just not good enough,
Yeah,
and it's
really
a case of just not keeping the rounds competitive, not keeping that CT money down. Like, Nutty were able to keep their money so strong for the whole half. They were never really pressured or put on eco.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is, though, for Underground, they will have to battle this out now through the lower bracket. So as far as they're concerned, any learnings that they take from this, as you said, if they go back and they watch that VOD, they've got to apply them pretty quickly. And, if they want to progress through to stage 2, that is the homework they'll have to do. Whereas, Nutty, they've made, some roster changes in the break. They've come through, as you said, they've got a few more reps under their belt as a unit. And so heading into this season of the Pro series, that as far as they're concerned, they want to be taking it to the next level. They want to be taking things to the next level. But we've got one more series to play tonight. That is going to be coming up shortly after the break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Hellcat. Experience precision.
Hello and welcome back to the Bio.Labs LPL CSGO Pro Season 2. And well, it has been an action-packed night so far. We've already had Nutty taking down Underground in the 2-1 series. And we are back for more action. I'm jimNeso and joining me is Pilski. Pilski, we have got a fantastic matchup ahead. We have got God's Work coming up against Vodafone Warriors. And if anything is to go by in the first match, this will be another closely contested affair.
Well, we will see. We haven't got a chance at seeing God's Work yet. We've seen mixes of this team playing in other various leagues, and I think they kind of do have the ability to cause some problems. Like they are kind of an underrated mix, but I think Vodafone should be the favourites, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them taking this out in 2.
Well, let's take a look at God's Work because, as we've said, we haven't seen a lot of them. Let's see how they line up tonight. They have, of course, Swanky and Slippery, 2 players that I guess you would be fairly familiar with as well. And joining them is, of course, Nipsey. I haven't actually seen a lot of Spray or Fabsy, but I'm interested to see how they all mesh together because we know these guys like to play very loose styles of Counter-Strike, which actually is very difficult for a lot of teams to deal with.
Yeah, I think like you've seen this Swanky, Nipkey mix, maybe a little bit of Slippery here and there in various other domestic leagues. Core 3 of these players always good enough to qualify, and in some cases, especially in the Swiss stage of some of the leagues that we've been covering, they've been good for some BO1 upsets. The question is always how much are they practicing, how much work are they actually putting in, because like you said, they love to play a little bit looser, but it's going to be harder to cause those upsets when you're getting in the BO3s against teams that are a little bit more established and have a bit better of a map pool.
Well, let's just see who their opposition are in terms of lining up tonight. They're, of course, the Vodafone Warriors. Now, a few of these players have certainly made an impact. I have been liking the progression of Calamari as a player, but of course, joining them is, I guess, a bit of a journeyman, Obson, in terms of the AWP, and he's certainly had the impact and can certainly turn a game on its head with that AWP. But I mean, I do like the remaining 3 in Drox, Prodigy, and Kyson. Prodigy is certainly one of those players that I felt as though was on the bubble a little bit more recently, but I haven't actually seen a lot of him play.
It's interesting to watch his progression as a player. A little while ago, he was kind of touted as a very, very sharp up-and-comer, like a few years ago, maybe even going back like 5 years ago now.
5 years ago?
Yeah. Whereas in this series, at least watching, he's kind of been a bit more of like a supportive element. I haven't seen him actually putting in very many hard yards in terms of the fragging. I think he's there to kind of make up the numbers in the team, making sure everyone's got their heads screwed on. He's a bit more of a glue guy in this team, I think.
Now, let's just see... let's take a look at some of the key players here in the Bio.Labs head-to-head. We've picked out a similar theme to last, and I think this will be a really interesting matchup. Are the 2 AWPers? We know Swanky, we know Obson, but the level of impact that they have can certainly bolster both of their 2 rosters.
Yeah, I think Obson was a bit of a standout at the start of the year. I remember watching him in some of the opening couple of tournaments of the year on that up-and-coming Antique roster with, the Fiend and a few of the other boys in the core of that team. They were kind of a team that we were expecting to start punching above their weight a little bit, but obviously they've broken apart now and have started to go their separate ways. Obson still can be a bit of a standout. When he had a phenomenal map of Mirage last week where he just started popping off. I think he had like a 20 bomb in like 10 rounds or something. Started like basically putting together 2v4s on the site with an AWP like time and time again. Swanky is another player that can definitely pop off with the AWP. So I think, these are 2 all-pink players that if they have a good map for either of those, their teams, it wouldn't be too surprising to see, and it could definitely put either team over the top.
Yeah, they're definitely very evenly matched. And the stat for me that actually is the one to watch is the kills per round. They had exactly the same kill per round, 0.71 kills per round. So let's just see whether or not that actually plays out in this matchup. Let's take a look at that meat and potatoes, the maps that they're going to be playing tonight. The vetoes have come through. And for this best of three, it's no surprise to see pretty much middle of the map pool for the map picks. But they played a game of chicken in the end there, floating dust 2 right until overpass at the end.
Yeah.
I like this veto.
I think, like Warriors, that's a very clear kind of representation that they don't want to let Dust 2 in there. That's going to be a little bit easier for God's Work to kind of work some pug magic and, play a little bit looser. I think, everyone knows that Dust 2 utility a little bit better. Overpass, it's going to be a little bit harder to kind of puck it out. You still can play a little bit loose. I actually think Overpass is a bit of an underrated kind of looser playstyle pug map, but you need to have the understanding as an IGL to know what works and what doesn't, and how to play a bit more momentum-based T-side on that map. So it's going to be interesting to see if God's Work are going to be able to do that. Either way, I mean, they've got 2 maps that they're not going to be having too many difficulties on in terms of putting together the strats on Mirage and Inferno. And as for Warriors, I mean, they're the favored map, the favored team in this series. They've gone towards a bit more wider of a map as we headed towards the third. But look, we're dead in the middle of the map pool. I don't think they're going to have too many issues on the first 2 either.
Yeah, I think Overpass, as we said, if we get there, is probably the real outlier for me too. It seems as though it fell out of favour in Australia for quite some time, and in Oceania for quite some time. And it's only recently that it's been picked up again. I think more recently because bigger teams like Renegades, for example, now, well, formerly Renegades, formerly Order, now Greyhound, showed a little bit of weakness.
The artist formerly known as.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Prince, sort of title that they've held. But I mean, they showed weakness on that map. It was, a map that they did play a long, long time ago through various iterations, but even they shied away from it. So I'm glad to see it back in some rotations, and it makes a nice third map. But yeah, you're right. We're pretty much straight down the middle of the map pool for the first 2. So it's pretty much going to be business as usual for these two teams.
Yes, I mean, to kick things off, Mirage be an interesting one. I think I already saw the Warriors playing a bit of Mirage, and they had a great game of Mirage. Definitely showed that they understood how to play that map. So God's Work picking into that after seeing them have such a strong game on Mirage. They're going to have their work cut out for them. They're going to have a little bit of film to look at if they want to. I'd be surprised if they did, to be honest, because I'm pretty sure this God's Work team, at least in previous seasons, doesn't actually put a whole lot of prac in. So I don't know if VOD watching is on the table. But look, we'll see how they go. I think Obston had a massive one on Mirage for the Warriors previously. So he's definitely a player I'm going to be keeping my eye on for them.
Yeah, I think the telltale is for a few teams that if they do have time to prac, if they have time to watch VODs of their opposition, that is going to dictate whether or not they've actually got enough time to practice their own game, let alone learn the ins and outs of others. I don't know whether previous iterations of God's Work have actually had that level of time to dedicate to doing their homework.
Yeah, and fair enough, because they're good enough to get through the qualifiers and get themselves into this stage of the tournament, and they do just enjoy competing. So at the end of the day, unless somebody's good enough to beat them in the qualifiers, they're going to keep playing, they're going to keep competing and keep qualifying. And look, if you're good enough to do so, then fair enough. I can't blame you for that. But you're all going to have a tough time getting past a certain level of the tournament or a certain level of competition unless you're going to dedicate a little bit more time.
Yeah, that's probably why we find both of these two teams in the position of having to play through stage 1 rather than being directly invited to stage 2. But we're going to get underway with map number 1 in this series. It is going to be Mirage. Now, if you're hearing me live through headsets at the moment, we do have a fantastic sponsor that we do want to shout out. We have, of course, got Rock Art, who have been providing fantastic support to this Pro League. I cannot quite find my little marker.
That's all right.
But I'm a fan of Rock Art, and I have been for a long time. Ever since they picked up a Counter-Strike team, all the way back in the day, the Finnish team.
Yeah, the Finnish boys. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Supporting for a long time. Alrighty. Let's see how this goes for God's Work. Got a couple of little nicknames that I'm not sure if these are the players who are on the roster or whether they're kind of re-released. I would love some confirmation on that.
Yeah,
The
I
way,
think
though.
not too sure who they are. I'm sure that'll be fixed momentarily. But Kyson, bunch of info early on and thins the herd a little bit as they start to stream onto B. Prodigy providing that cover. The P2000 is doing its best at that distance, but hasn't managed to find anything just yet. Kyson, this might be his round entirely. He is silenced eventually, and that is a good start. Picking up 3 like that is always going to be handy. God's Work did their best to try and close that gap, but it felt as though the pain train ran and halted in that B-bomb site.
Yeah, really nice pistol from Kyson. Gonna put the Vodafone Warriors off on the right foot here. God's Work, no bomb plan for them means they can't force up into this round, really. So they're going to have to chill out momentarily here. Get a bit of a mid-push here. As you do have the CT side just farming up a lot of cash ops and already getting the confidence going for himself. That could be a dangerous recipe for the Vodafone Warriors, who win themselves a very easy anti-eco there. Have been told that Arzar is replacing Slippery at the last minute. That's not ideal if you're God's Work. We got all the cams on today as well. For all 10 of the lads, we just need some of them to learn where their heads are.
Yeah, I love shoulder cam. It's like your if they all had parrots, it would be perfect. None of them do. But what we are seeing is in that previous round, and we know Obson likes to pick up that AWP. He's certainly got the money for it already coming into that next gun round, but they're just trying to play for the bonus here at the moment. Both Drox and Kyson and Obson all having an MP9. So Prodigy has that M4, trying to utilize his range at the moment. Oh, is it going to be checked?
Can you see that from bench is what I'm wondering. I guess not.
Yeah, it's close. Arzar not quite finding him.
I think Swanky's heard them drop off that boost there. Gonna look for a peek out at walking out of B apartments. God's Work with connector control. Bomb started to group up towards B. Fab gonna throw the market smoke here so that maybe Swanky can continue applying some pressure, and here comes this short B split.
Oh, Prodigy holding down short. Important he stays alive. Kyson couldn't make that MP9 work in close proximity. In fact, Prodigy, as soon as he had to turn his attention away, that is fantastic from Nibki. He even manages to find the player on A. So, broke it into B. Retake prospects not looking good. Obson, he's got the flank, but not necessarily the weapon to be able to do it. He might be able to pick up one on exit. Well worked from God's Work. Just, again, playing contact, taking territory, and really constricting the options that Warriors had in the mid to late round.
Obson, wouldn't mind seeing him maybe go for an exit, try to find himself an AK, something like that. Nipke's quite low here, so this could be a bit of a freebie. No chance of a trade. The T's here. Beautiful. There's the AK for Obson.
I think it fell down the stairs. Nope.
No,
On the body.
That's a great upgrade. He can throw
Good
that
bit of
over to
money.
Kyson and buy himself an AWP here.
It's almost like you've read the script, Pilski. It's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's got the spawn for Palace as well. I'd love to see him just hop straight up. Get aggressive in a round like this.
Momentary pause, though. So, God's Work needing a bit of divine intervention to help them through their tech issues. They fixed their cameras too. I like that. Fabsy. Looks like he's a Roosters fan. But, I mean, not a lot to read into thus far, Pilski. But we are seeing that faster, looser play, though, as we expected. Aggressive individual plays coming out of God's Work has led them to finding their openers. But they actually do have some decent team play coming through as well to support that. It's a support utility that usually is the marker of a more polished outfit.
I don't know what's going on with Obson's cam. It's an interesting one.
it's like it's one of those, you know, yeah, it's like one of those 90s MTV, you know, music
Yeah.
clips.
We got Rage Music, like midnight.
Yeah, oh, it's Midnight Oil. It's like a Midnight Oil clip.
That's some real dad music vibes.
Yeah, in the background, his bed is burning.
How does he sleep?
It dead set looks like Obson and Calamari have like a copy paste of the same room, by the way.
I didn't even notice that. Do they live in the same apartment block?
Yeah, I don't know,
Just
but it might be the case.
the Chinese developers erecting copy paste rooms in big towers all over Sydney and every other major metropolis.
Yeah,
And
they bought off the plan.
We fill them up. We fill them up with CS gamers who can
Yeah, they
only
bought-
afford tiny little boxes.
They bought it straight off the plan. But look, things haven't gone to plan here. We'll be back after the break. Don't go anywhere. The action's coming up next.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. They're actually really selling all of these like different twists.
Hello and welcome back to the Bio-Code-Lab CSGO Pro League. If you are only just joining us, well, you haven't missed too much of the action. We've got our second series of the day. We have God's Work up against Vodafone Warriors. They are pretty much back underway here on Mirage. There wasn't too much to analyse here yet thus far, Pilski. God's Work got their way back into the last round with a fairly aggressive individual set of plays, collapsing on B, but this time it's a little bit faster, taking aggression towards mid.
Collat from Obscent does a lot of damage. One picked from mid window by Calamari. So you do have a man advantage here. Calamari looking to continue aggressing, throwing himself a little one-way in window. Prodigy on from Catwalk, trying to find a nice timing to push in the mid round. Might get called by Swanky if he's not careful though. But he's got his little head ducked down, so he's all right for the time being. How do the T's complete this 3-on-4 though? Don't have any pressure on the extremities at all. Just all stacked up in middle.
Yeah, interesting to see Vodafone Warriors not taking any of those extremities and making those pushes. As I say that though, Kyson's actually making his way down the B hall, so I'll be clearing that up momentarily. So, Calamari caught and roasted.
Delicious. I just realized how hungry I was. Jox trying to fight from triple. Drops a molly on towards that plant spot and catches Swanky as well. He's doing a great job here, but that molly doesn't actually push Fab off of the plant on triple. And Fab's been able to get himself in jungle. That's a great position to win this 2-on-3 from. Never mind.
But he gets removed not too soon after. Good round from
looking
Kyson.
Sharp, yeah. Pistol and that gun round looked real sharp.
Yeah, just holding off, recovering what they can before getting that defuse through. But you're right, he's looking in good form. And God's Work and get the bomb plant, but they'll not necessarily be happy with just that.
I think this Warriors team is a bit of a sleeper team for this season of LPL. It's quietly quite promising. Keeping an eye on them going forward.
Certainly got the individual ability in this roster. And even some of the newer players showcasing what they've got. I mean, Kyson's been around for a little bit. But, making that bubble up into tier 2 and beyond.
Obsit's having another one of these games, bro.
Yeah, this is like unrestricted. Like, if he's unrestricted in what he can do, he can really start to create a lot of havoc in your T side. He actually does, I'll be honest and say that, like, when he's coming up against unstructured sides, that's where he thrives.
Oh. He's legged WDF as well. Four on 5, another man disadvantage for God's Work. They're going to throw just one smoke at A. Just a stairs smoke. Very strange.
Kyson, very aggressive in B halls, though the problem is there's no rotation. Like, makes contact here, Fortunately for him, the spacing in the T side is actually pretty average. So he's bought a lot of time. 30 seconds left. That bomb is still only just making its way through underpass. If they're going to go back to A, they're going to have to get a wriggle on. They haven't got any territory. They're filtering straight through mid-connector. 16 seconds left. They will be able to get on side, but Calamari's going to be able to take the aggro. He finds the first, and the bomb goes down to Obson. WDF is nowhere to be seen. They were probably waiting for him to make some noise at B, but didn't really get the chance.
Yeah. This is where you're starting to see there's a bit of gap between these teams already. Very unstructured round from God's work. Bit miscellaneous, honestly. Like the one smoke being thrown towards the A side to try to pull rotations. The spacing between the B players was not great at all. Just had that one player lurking up con. This wasn't a whole lot of cohesion to that round, really.
Yeah, just lacking that structure. I mean, that can be the downside too of some of these looser rosters. Oh, you need to be careful here. Calamari does a lot of damage, but Prodigy takes 2, and the numbers are thin. This is not good for the CT side. They've lost 2 guns and have given it over in the middle of the map, where they actually now don't have a lot of vision.
Yeah, this util's a bit, how you going?
Bit yeah, nah.
3-on-3 is quite winnable here for God's work. Obson's the one on that B extremity though. Kyson trying to keep tabs on the middle of the map. That's like the second or third time someone's failed the window jump.
It's starting to look like a bit of Monty Python's Flying Circus as opposed to a Cirque du Soleil. Oh, Obson scopes away at the worst possible moment. Doesn't lose his life though. That would be the worst possible moment. But this is really broken play. Drox is going to be under a bit of pressure here. Important he stays alive. Might be able to prevent the bomb plant, or will he? No, he tries and actually gives the advantage over to God's work. So, oh, you can see Nibki's just chomping at the bit to push. He wants to, he really wants to. Obson though, be looking to save this AWP, unless he's feeling it.
He's feeling it. He's always feeling it.
The magic. Oh, there it is, Nibki. Tempts fate, does push eventually. Puts that grenade right in there. This is just going to chew up so much time. Obson finally pulls the plug. And so, off to B he goes. It's a bit of a foot race though. He's got a competitor who look to be heading through B halls.
It's a good round from the T's. Just keeping it relatively simple, Jim. You know, just good spacing in middle, trading out. Able to trade that player on 8. That's what God's work need to keep doing. They just need to keep it nice and simple. Don't try to do any crazy like mid to late round.
It sort of was their undoing in the previous round too, where they actually didn't have that present at all.
Yeah. It's a quick short boost out of the Warriors. Prodigy going to be put straight up in ladder room pretty early on here. 1-3-1 for the T's. About as standard gets.
Oh, Obson taking up position with that AWP in mid though. Smoke. Just lay some cover on the catwalk. Gives them at least something to work with here as they try and get their utility out. Well, Vodafone Warriors are aggressing. They've got numbers there. They've got crosshairs trained on middle.
It really doesn't look like God's work can even really do a mid take properly here. They're just getting picked apart. Like that U2 usage was not good. Swanky's trying to force out B apartments. Trying to run down Kyson. The bomb is in tow, but look, Warriors are all over that. Ipke now 1-on-4 on the site. See what more damage he can do. I'm surprised he doesn't get picked by Obson there.
Yeah, just not the right line. Looked to be close though. He's got a lot of time to work with, and well, now he's been spotted. They have confirmation of his position. Oh, he's copping damage left, right, and centre. That's going to be the round. So, Warriors looking solid, to be honest, and I feel as though God's work just a little janky in that mid to late round.
I mean, just the mid take in general. I'm not really sure what that was. They were throwing a bunch of that util on the fly. They weren't really contesting mid in like a very structured manner. The flashes were not really effective there. Again, they're just kind of loosely going towards middle here.
And Molotov doesn't really do too much. The Eagles progress down mid. Obson, he's just able to pick through window as he likes. Unpunished. And there's some support from Util coming in, but for the moment hasn't done a lot of damage. A lot of prod. Needs to be careful. Does cop some deagle damage. And again, Obson tries his luck. This time he is put into the dirt.
Yeah, I think he's forcing really too much against the pistols there. Bit unnecessary. Prodigy gonna chuck a con smoke in. Another good shot on the deagle.
This is turning out to be a very expensive round. And in fact, a winnable round here for God's work. Kyson, you can tell he's just fighting the urge to make that pick. Now he's got to do it all himself. They know where he is in mid connector. That bomb has only just been picked up at top mid. It will probably make its way through the safe passage, but it could go to B or A. Kyson is the glimmer of hope for Warriors in this round and looks to have made the right sight read, but the question is that player in connector, WDF, he's got options. What's he going to do?
Kyson taking the fight out in the open, and Godswork's done good enough again to be able to trade out. They're winning some very janky looking rounds, but they're still winning them. That puts a lot of pressure on the CT economy here. Warriors will probably force back into this one, but it's not going to be a convincing looking buy, Jim. Two of them are down to like 2k. They're actually just going to save. Take a single save here. So God's work going to even this game up. Oh, shot from Prox. One tap dirt nap for Nibki. He's not coming back.
Drive by Supreme.
Oh, another.
Oh, man. He is just deleting them before he himself was put into the ground. Now, Prodigy, these deagles are working wonders for the Warriors. Can't quite find the conversion there, but it's the M4 and the AK just cleaning up. Now, Obson. Oh, the temptation. He had to get that kill. Took him maybe about 4 or 5 shots too many. But they survived God's work. It's not a bad round, actually, from Vodafone Warriors, because they at least take some guns out of the hands of God's work, whose money is sort of neither here nor there, to be honest. More importantly.
Still good enough for the time being. At least Obson wants to contest middle. Able to put out that molly, getting nade stacked. Avoids the flash nicely. 14 and 3. This guy on Mirage is insane.
Yeah. And if it goes to map 3, another AWP map, could make it a really, really painful experience for God's work. But, you know, map 2 is Inferno, not necessarily the kindest map to AWPers.
I think Obson likes the AWP on Inferno, though.
He does.
Seen him use it in some of the other teams he's played on.
Yeah, it can work for or against you, though. But again, we're just seeing this God's work roster. There's no extreme pressure on the there's no pressure on the extremities of the map. There's no B presence. There's no Palace presence or A presence to really try and, you know, have the cities guessing as to which way to look. At least take numbers away and focus away. It's just all towards the center of the map. They're trying to punch their way through.
Trying to scale onto Prodigy here. He doubles up. That round's done and dusted. Bombs dropped open in short. Callum aggresses up on Con there. It's all on Fab. Still on a donut for the time being. Got to try and recover the bomb. And Warriors are picking apart this disjointed play from God's work for the most part.
Fab. Take some contact there. But you're right. It is very disjointed from God's work. And it's yielded both positive and negative for them. And in the end there, Fab cannot get himself off the donut for the moment.
Money's broken. This is going to be one of those like hero AK single saves, I think. Oh,
Yeah.
WDF. That's very nice of him. He's dropped deagles to all the boys.
That's it. That's what you want.
If I'm here, I just buy Hero AK and I say buy your own deagle, brother. Best
Fend
of
for
luck to you.
yourself.
But when the game's not going on HLTV, maybe you just buy deagles for all the boys.
So you reckon it changes the player mentality, eh?
Yeah, no, 100%. If this game's going on HLTV, I buy Hero AK and I try go for 2. I say, oh,
As opposed to like the good play, which is drop your teammates' deagles.
Well, yeah.
All right.
If my teammate doesn't have a deagle, that's even more incentive because he's only got a Glock to just walk out in front of me so I can bait him
Fodder.
with my AK.
Oh, Azar. Is he looking to find that timing?
Oh, there you go. He's rung his belt. Found himself an A1. Obson
Obson.
17 and 3. He's going to be filthy. These games aren't going on HLTV. What are these deagles from God's work? Stop buying. Deagle armor every round.
Deagle armor every round. Why are you bothering with any sort of other weaponry? Oh, the flash is not going to have time to be effective. So, the bomb plant's denied. Prodigy just got to stay alive. Let his teammate do the work here from ARAM, and Kyson in the nick of time. Oh, man, Obson is having an absolute field day.
Yeah. Like I said, he's going to be filthy. These games aren't going on HLTV. These are like simple numbers. He'd be up the top of the stats. Most likely.
It's like featured player of the week.
Yeah, yeah. Again, looks like mid-control from God's work. Couple of players going from unders. CTs are in a 1-3-1. Looking to contest middle. Prodigy, good util usage to do a fair bit of damage to Nipkey, who gets isolated in the open. Again, man, advantage for Warriors. They're having no problems finding an opening pick in these rounds.
Yeah, that's a problem for God's work because showing that the spacing between them is just not good enough. Again, Obson, unanswered. Fab, though, finds his first at B, and that is quickly covered by Kyson. WDF and Azar, the two newer players in this roster. I know Azar having to fill in tonight for Slippery. Big shoes to fill. WDF is just going to be peppered from the back. There's nothing he can do there.
It's looking like a pretty cut and dry series, to be honest. Like it'll take something special for God's work to take this one out. They need basically individuals to go massive for them. And I don't know that Warriors are looking bad enough individually to even lose to that kind of play style, to be honest.
Oh. Spray just picks up Drox there. They still got to make that progression into the site. That Molotov just misdirected, and it actually costs Calamari here. So these rounds are getting expensive for Vodafone Warriors. Oh, Obson. He's just farming. He's clicking, and they collect their 9th round. It's just they don't have an answer at the moment.
That's the problem. Like an unstructured team like this, you generally don't have an answer to a good AWPer.
Yeah, you need to be quite methodical in the way you approach an AWPer like that. Utility needs to be on point.
Yeah, you need good flash coverage.
Yeah, and as we said before too, some of these looser teams, the telling of whether or not they're actually quite good structurally is based on their support utility. Whether it's just 5 individuals running and gunning, support utility will be the difference maker, particularly against a strong AWPer, and that's just not appearing for God's work thus far. Now, as we highlighted in the Biocode Labs head-to-head, Swanky G and Obson both have AWPs in this round. The first round, I've actually seen them both with an AWP.
Yeah. Warriors able to assume a 1-1-3 here, though, which is going to probably pick apart this mid to A. Obson's on a deep info line over towards B, so it's allowing them to kind of lean towards middle and A, which is kind of the perfect setup to deal with this kind of play. WDF has kind of been really the only standout for God's work for the most part. Like, he's pretty consistently winning his duels.
What I'm consistently seeing from Warriors too is a trade somewhere on the map. It might not be directly, you know, with that last engagement, but somewhere on the map. Now, Swanky does not have armor. Orp head to head, bang, missed there. The Molotov is going to spread, but only towards the end. There will be enough to get the bomb plant down. That is a 100-0 Molotov. Unfortunately, with the spread at the end for Swanky, but they get the bomb plant.
Yeah, I think it's like I was highlighting before. If I'm Warriors in this upper bracket game and I've only got to beat this kind of disjointed team to get into stage 2, I'm laughing all the way to the bank, to be honest. They're not having any issues at all.
Yeah, the only issues they really had were in the early stages of the game. That's the first half, and I mean that's just typical of this map, to be honest. Oh, the first time the utility goes down in mid like that, and it's counter with a molly. Big gap in it.
Double AWP now for Warriors. They've been well aware that this B lurk's been coming in pretty often. Oh,
Kyson even has the hunch.
A bit more patience from Kyson probably would have netted him a kill there.
Yeah, in the meantime, Swanky does eventually stop this mid aggression out of the CT side. However, they've taken heavy damage already. And so this is a fairly slow mid round. Oh, Kyson's just getting so aggressive there, and he's going to be punished for it too. So there's an opening in the round now for God's work. And if Azar can actually find Prodigy there, that could have been straight into B, but you can see the bomb was caught in transition. They thought they had an opening. It's not to be. They are going to continue to put pressure on the site, but it's going to take Fab and Swanky to reunite to put pressure on Prodigy.
Walk up from Swanky. Hasn't had a lot of impact coming late out B. Prodigy all on alone on an island here. Needs to 1v2.
Molotov signals the intent. And Prodigy is going to continue to kite them around the site. That is going to be it. A strong statement in the half for Vodafone Warriors. 11-4. And it felt as though the T-sided rounds were front-loaded there. They didn't really have a lot of success towards the back end of the half. So at least you can see they're in good spirits about it. And they're going to need to be, because they've got to fashion what we call a CT-sided comeback, Pilski, which isn't easy.
Yeah. I mean, if you can't work yourself a T-sided Mirage, I'm getting pretty concerned for the rest of the map pool. They tried to play so defaulty for a pub team, you know? Where's the Palace Pops?
Yeah,
where's the BXs? That's how you win rounds as a pub team. You don't just do like a really slow 1-3-1. That's how a better team will pick you apart in the mid round. Yeah,
I didn't see any execution whatsoever. But the fast approach now coming out from Vodafone Warriors means, Kyson finds that angle onto Azar, and yeah, this is just capitulation. There is resistance on the ramp and tickets will be checked, but post-play positioning's already been taken. They've already backed off. Obson's there fighting because he has to, because why not? He's in ripper form. But man, the rest of God's work really not finding any success in that side.
See if they're going to force. They're buying up some pistols into this one, not really a force. Azar's decided is a force, as well as Nibki. They can't even get on the same page about whether they're buying or not.
Yeah, that's the sign of a team that needs a little bit more work. Just waiting for the timer. What's the call here?
Just the AXE. Anti-eco, I like it.
128, you reckon? No.
There you go, 125 was the call.
Okay. Good trade there. Nipke on that line. Molotov'd out. There is CTs trying to exploit any gap in the smoke they may be able to find, but Swanky just gets off that line at the wrong moment. Bomb plant comes through. Here's the T side utility that is just nuking them out of the map. Spray finds Prodigy through that smoke and is happy about it too. So Spray and Fab, they've got a lot of work to do here in this 2 versus 3. They do not have a kit, so time is of the essence. Doesn't look to be on.
See if they can hold on to these deagles, do some more damage in the next, or even get an exit. Fab's heard the footsteps. That's a headshot angle for the man. Can't get it done though. 13's up for Warriors. He's 007 in the KD. Haven't seen that before. He's a special agent of a different kind.
Yeah. Don't know if it's the special agent I'd hire. Swanky looking and tempted to use that utility on mid. Can make these pistols work though. Still a dangerous round. I mean, we said at one stage there, God's work, it was just better if they went for the pistols. Maybe that's the advice they're heeding here in the second half.
Pretty structured mid take from Vodafone Warriors. And as you'd expect in the anti-eco, mid to B is always a good one. Spray's over here. Been pretty good with the deagle, but trading's too good. Fab all alone on the site. Swanky trying to scale in to give him a hand. Yeah, there were moments where that could have gone pear-shaped, but Frag's just not quite converted.
Yeah, they've managed to get themselves out of all the hairy moments. Prodigy waiting for that flash to come through. There it is, the step. Goes a little too deep for the first, but it's that next wave of utility that's just keeping him going. He wants to make the most of this Galil. And so, Nipke, all he can do is provide a little resistance, but this is pretty much going to be it for God's work. The buy.
I don't know why we haven't had an AWP drop for Swanky.
Yeah, Spray could have definitely done that. Still got 1,500 left in the bank.
7.2k. Give the man some util. Bloody hell.
And he's going to go solo in mid. Even going to be pushed off the line with a little bit of spam. Drox though, it's a good aggressive line to take. He actually continues to put pressure here on the CT side. Swanky with the reply. And so, they have control of mid, but it is contested here. God's work, you can just see they're itching to get back in, and those smokes are going to completely block vision. They've got B isolated here, and this is not looking good for God's work.
Yeah, Fab's all alone on the site here. Warriors aren't picking up the pace though, Jim. They're slowing down. This is going to be not good because Azar's got full information in ramp there, or is it Nipke? Someone's done a ramp push. You're going to allow them to lean towards B. I wouldn't even mind the third player leaning over towards Ticket there. That's a nice flash though, to push Nipke off that line maybe. No, he hasn't budged an inch, he doesn't care.
I don't think it even went deep enough, to be honest. Obson, if he picks up this frag at short, this is pretty much the round difficult to hold. Swanky traded. There we go. So now it's all in the back of sight here. Fab in the middle of nowhere is traded by Kyson, and now the bomb plant will be coming through 2v2. And this is awkward because both these two Ts just have to frag this out.
No kit. Oh, he jumped. Okay, he got it. I was worried he jumped over the kit. Now he can actually smoke defuse in this post plant.
Yeah, they're not even ready for this in the post plant positioning they've got. What is this? Oh dear. Calamari. He's got it. Oh, Nipke keeps God's work alive and wriggling here on map number 1. And it felt as though maybe a little bit of divine intervention was needed.
He didn't pick up the AWP. Why not?
Absolutely debated.
Swanky's not happy about that.
No, Swanky can't believe it. And if he did, it was absolutely last moment. And so, shot fired, smoke effective, control of mid, going to Vodafone Warriors for the moment. Spray's there to contest, but at the moment he holds all the info.
Pretty important round for both teams. Like, if Warriors win this round, they probably just take the game away. God's work, this would help them close the round gap. Group up towards ramp, really well timed flash, has to be said. Well done from Nipke. Set his teammate up.
Slow and steady here, you're expecting almost another set of support flashes to come through. Nipke finds a frag anyway. Great step from Azar, and that is going to be a 2v5 scenario for the Warriors. Midcon Molotov, no progression into A. It's been denied. However, both Prodigy and Drox have fought back. They've opened up a little bit of gap here in mid connector and mid. But God's work could be caught off guard here if they over-aggress.
Window and con here. Drox smoking off Murder Hole. That's kind of the sound cue that allows Spray to aggress on short there. Drox trying to catch him, but this is a good crossfire between ramp and ticket. Good line for Fad to be holding. That's going to be a reset on Warriors. Probably just a hero AK and a couple of pistols here for the Warriors to try to contest, get a bit of damage done. God's work keeps themselves alive, but it feels like a matter of time here.
There we go. Pistols for the boys. Brings it down to pretty much even money. But yeah, you definitely feel as though this map is on a timer. Although Swanky and Nibking just keeping things nice and clean. This is exactly how God's work need things to go. Don't want to take any losses in this round.
Step one of a very long comeback road is just steadying the CT money.
It starts with a single step though, Pilski.
Yeah.
And what a journey it would be. Obson looking for more. Kyson though is the one to take more. And so he's got a few CTs playing a ring around the rosy. So much time to work with, and is he going to be found out? I think he just thought for a moment he had the opportunity to push through. It was a false sense of security though, as Nipke shuts that down.
Took a moment. What do you got there? Here's the reinvestment from Warriors. See if there's going to be any kind of change up for them. Good molly there from Swanky. Does actually make that window smoke pretty terrible. Refresher goes straight out from Calamari. A lot of util invested there to try to take some mid control from the T's. In the meanwhile, though, Warriors are actually executing out this A site.
It's drawing enough attention away. You can see trying to get in front of that smoke there, God's work. And Molotov is perfect to flushing out. Azar doesn't quite get the spray transfer. However, he's done enough to keep things rolling for God's work. So Warriors just running into a slight problem here in the A site. Everything they have been trying so far hasn't yielded a result.
Callum seeing what he could find coming out of underpass. Obson's gone back Palace side, so they're going to try to go for that kind of Palace crossfire between the con area. Unfortunately, crossfire requires 2 players.
So does that make it just fire?
That's going to be what Obson needs to do here. He doesn't even have the opportunity.
That's sharp shooting.
They're coming back into it. They're coming back into it.
Yeah, you selling the comeback story here, or you
Nah.
not believing thus yet?
I'm not a good enough salesman for that.
Oh, come on. Surely there's some snake oil in Pilski.
Oh, we got a quick A Palace pop here. Been waiting for this all night, Jim.
Hey, that's the call. And looks like it's just going to be a bit of a mop up here. They do have the M4 and the Tech 9s do fight back a little bit, so it's actually a high yield for just the pistols. Don't have armor, and well, Kyson has armor with that M4 and actually might be able to catch out one or two. Calamari at the right time. Uh-oh. Could this be the beginning of the end for God's work?
Yeah, Swanky hits one though. He has a
team
smoke
game, so.
to be able to defuse on the site. Oh, he didn't stop him crossing. Fab didn't pick up the kit. Fab did not pick up the kit.
Oh, Calamari did not pick up the kill. This could be a full 10-second defuse in the smoke. And it's happened.
This game is such a joke.
Fab survives on 2 HP. All right, Pilski, you've sold it to me. This is unsellable.
Oh boy.
You've sold me the fact that this is unsellable.
Okay.
Thank you.
What? I don't even know. I don't even know what that was. I like those palace pops though. Like, that's exactly why. Where have those been the whole night? We've seen like very few BXX, very few palace pops. It's been a bit sad, really. Another slow default from Warriors. Okay, that's interesting. From Obson.
Yeah, anytime a player pushes through the smoke like that, it just, I don't know. It's only going one of two ways. When you ask the player, why did they do that? They will always, 99 times out of 100, they will just say, I had a feeling.
I was feeling it.
I was feeling it.
That's the kind of play I would expect God's work to make, not Warriors though.
Yeah, I feel as though they've fallen into the trap of playing like God's work. Maybe taking their foot off the pedal a little. Playing a little bit looser than they need to. The problem is they've just lost control a little bit of their economy. Allowed God's work to build theirs, and all this utility difference is making it so difficult to get into sites. And now they are the ones that have pretty average spacing on the T side. No trade prospects whatsoever.
Wow. I don't know, Jim. I don't know. They're coming back. Swanky's shooting his teammate.
Yeah, I'm not liking what I'm seeing.
Tuck timeout. I'm assuming for the Warriors. They need to have a chat about what the hell they're doing.
Taking the tactical to talk about this. I actually think we've solved the mystery.
What was the mystery?
Obson is actually green screening himself onto the background of his teammate.
Is that
I'm not
what's
even
happening?
joking.
That's
Yep.
actually what's
I'm
happening.
not even joking.
He's
That's
trolled
exactly
us.
what's happened. I was like thinking they'd lived in the same room.
I can't believe he's trolling us that hard. This is set play into A though. Azar has been aggressive on A ramp a couple of times. Doesn't have good timing that time. Entry from Prodigy. Warriors starting to pick up the pace. Waiting for those A smokes to come out though. They're not quite scaling out. They're making sure they're staying a bit more composed. Smoke to Connor jungle. Kyson swings off the flash.
A little better.
CTs, if anything. Yeah, it's looking a little bit better. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. They're playing Counter-Strike again, Jim.
Yep, they recognise too that there's likelihood of, CT's playing in front of that utility that they've just thrown. So the flashes are there to clear it out, and Swanky's missed that shot, and now they know where he is, and he's probably going to be stepped from 2 different angles here. However, he readjusts. And look at the respect they're treating him with. Vodafone Warriors just want this to bring up match point. That's it. They don't care. Look at a wall now. This is look at a wall time.
Lick the wall. Till this round is over. Good old fake flash. Doesn't do a whole lot. All right, finally we get there. Map point on Mirage here for Warriors. They've got their map pick coming up next, so you'd expect them to be feeling pretty comfortable here.
I would hope so. It's been, I mean, they've let quite a few rounds here bleed out. That's the problem. And so God's Work are playing with a little bit more confidence than you would argue they would have had at the start of this half. Okay, Drox has been punished for his adventurous spirit. That's a nice, decent nade, but well, Fab's just going to be dropping the smoke at his feet. Look at this. They're just going to be streaming onto this B bomb site. Fab is looking for more though. Only good for 2. And so this is God's Work locked out of the B, and they have to stage this retake. They have to go for this.
Yeah, difficult to retake out of market though. Crossfires are pretty good. Azar's a long way away. He's only just now started to come up cat. That's a good opening from Swanky. Nibki trades back. Off angle though from Callum is a little bit too good, and this after planted for short. You've got a player on bricks and one in apps. It's almost unwinnable for Nibki.
Kyson's playing this to perfection. He has not revealed himself whatsoever. And now Nibki has to try and draw 2 players out. Looks for the first. This is good. Is he going to be enough to keep God's Work alive? And this is the timer played with. That is going to be it. Vodafone Warriors put the stamp of authority on map number 1. They're going to be taking it 16-10. And then Pilski, I feel as though it was only a matter of time before that was going to be the result that we were expecting. They certainly fell a little bit flat in the latter stages of that game, but they get the job done, Vodafone Warriors.
It's even in the chair in the background on Obson's screen. I can't believe you figured it out. You're great. You do great detective work, Jim. Has to be said. Nothing gets past you.
Nobody has like what? Okay, his monitor is like on one side widescreen, on one side it's 4:3. It's clearly cut off.
Fair enough. Alrighty. Well, I mean, it took a while to get it over the line for Warriors, but there was no doubt in my mind they were going to be able to pick up that game. Looked like a little bit more cohesive of a team. I think God's Work, a little bit of individual inconsistency was kind of the worst enemy there. You had some players, like WDF had a pretty good game. Nipke had a couple of pretty good rounds. Azar was doing a good job of winning some of those critical duels on ramp side of the CT, but the rest of the team a little bit slow to start, and I think Warriors just a little bit more well-rounded across the board. No one really having too quiet of a game.
It definitely felt as though Warriors were in the box seat from start to finish, and it was only a matter of time before they broke God's Work down. God's Work necessarily, I guess, got themselves off to a cracking start, but we're going to be going to a quick break. We're going to be having map number 2 come up after the break. It will be Inferno. I'm looking forward to it. Don't go anywhere. That'll be up next. welcome back to the Bio.Live CSGO Pro League. You've only just joined us. You've missed map number 1 between Vodafone Warriors and God's Work. It went the way of Vodafone Warriors after a fairly, I guess, hard-fought first half from Vodafone Warriors. They got themselves out to a fantastic start. And, well, they let God's Work back in. And is that going to give them confidence heading over to our next map of Inferno? Who knows? I certainly feel as though Inferno will lend itself to the style that we've seen coming out from God's Work, but it just felt as though they were very disjointed on that T-side play. They really need to tighten that up if they're going to have a chance here, Pilski.
Yeah, I'd say so. Look, we'll see what happens. I think Warriors will probably lock this series down relatively concisely, but they have to start off on the T side. So look, if God's Work can get themselves rolling on CT, maybe get themselves to pistol or even like a second round force conversion, something like that to get their economy off to a good start, then they can make this a competitive game. Definitely have the individuals to do so. Just not all of them firing at the same time, just a bit of individual inconsistency. And I think like Swanky in particular had like a bit of a quieter game, and he's someone that can have some pop-off potential here and there. So would be good to see him playing a little bit better at this map, and some of the other guys that be a bit more well-rounded, because God's Work, you had a couple of players that were definitely able to stand up and fight against Warriors, but you're going to need all of them because Warriors is such a well-rounded squad.
And well, you're not going to have to wait too long to get into the action. We've got Inferno ready to go. And so we dive straight into it. And as you said, it is important. This first half, if they get themselves off to a grand start here, Vodafone Warriors on that T side, they'll set themselves up nicely. But we'll see how this plays out. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not both these two teams try and run that AWP on that T side. We know that Obson has been feeling it. And why not? They've been affording him plenty of opportunity to get involved with some of those overpeaks and mistakes. But whether or not that happens on T-side Inferno will be the question that I want answered the most.
You won't have to wait long to find out.
Straight into it.
2 sets of util here for Warriors. See what kind of strat they're going to set up for. You got two sets of util for CTs as well. Flash, nade for Swanky is an interesting one. Slow start for Warriors. See if they can find any CT aggression and punish it accordingly, but as they now start to make their way towards apps, they're going to set up for this A exit.
Oh, Fab. He's the key player here. If he can pick up a frag or two, it's going to ease things in. However, he needs to be responsible and make sure that Azar doesn't get overwhelmed there at Diggity, because he's in for crunch time. If that's the case. Now, Azar's been tagged. Oh, there we go. Fab opens up, finds the first. Prodigy has been flashed out of position. A lot of work to do here. There's CTs on the site. The crossfires are good, and it is raining Ts. However, they're trading their way through. They're making sure they're not rolling over very quickly. And so it is a re-smoke. Nibki, he's in two minds as to whether or not he gets in front of it or sits behind it. They're going to need to get the guns out here and fight because Kyson is under pressure. And so, God's Work. That was a bit awkward, but they get the job done.
Yeah, it's good stuff from them. Good start on this CT side. No bomb plan either for the Warriors. Took a little bit too long to get that one down. Means that their force potential is a lot worse. So they're going to have to take the single save here. Just the one flash on Obson. Wouldn't mind them just waiting around at T-stairs, something like that. Wait for the CTs to take Nana and then maybe try to flash peek them or flash up mid, something like that. They're anticipating this flash play over the top of second mid from the CTs, but not to be.
The flash never came. This is so slow from Vodafone Warriors. They're almost, I dare say, using this as all.
Ooh, they might.
Attack pause.
I don't want to see them go bracket here. They are going to, though. Flash over the top, they're going to go straight up dig side.
Yeah, just straight into the arms of the MP9s.
All MP9 kills. I would have actually liked to see Carps pop there, to be honest, instead of trying to go up dig.
It was a tough round, though. I mean, they didn't buy anything, no ammo. They were susceptible to be cut down, but we are going to see the buy-in here. And I'm looking at the board here. 4 MP9s for God's work. Definitely playing for that bonus round.
Swanky's having a hell of a time. He's giggling to himself. Someone's cracking jokes in TeamSpeak, I think.
They're in higher spirits than they were at the end of that last map.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is kind of God's work in a nutshell. Like, this team, I think they just enjoy competing, you know? They just enjoy having a few games with the boys. Not too many expectations.
Absolutely.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Makes them a dangerous team too, though, because they play like they have nothing to lose. And catch a few teams off guard with that play style. Smoke's dropped at the top of mid. Will just actually provide Vodafone Warriors with the cover they need to back off to B.
Yeah, a bit of util traded on both parts of the map there. But as you said, again, more util towards bracket from Prodigy, but it is going to be a B play. Flash is perfect just to go 1-for-1 and gather some info, but now a lot of pressure in Nipkey in the back of the site.
Support utility from CT just halts things momentarily, and Vodafone Warriors, they're just sitting in the fishbowl right now. Prodigy finds the first. Now Swanky, he tries to find the flank. It is all going to, I guess, be on whether or not these MP9s can find some gaps in the defense. This would be a disaster if Vodafone Warriors were to succumb to this. And they do at least buy themselves some space, as it is a 3v1. Fab, no kit, no real opening into the round either. I think he might be looking for some exits at best.
Yeah, I think just playing these off angles, he can definitely do some more damage here. It's good positioning. Here's that T trying to cross. This is perfect from Fab. Absolutely perfect. Almost takes Obson with him as well. But just taking one more rifle away from the T's makes their economy a little bit easier to reset as God's work reinvests in this next round. It's only going to be Nipkey who's down there at 3.6k. The rest of them with plenty of cash to be able to go for a pretty good buy here. So the reset window is open for God's work. They're not buying though, Jim.
Yeah.
I actually think that's a bit of a mistake, to be honest.
You reckon it's an overcorrection from their playstyle on the first map? 'Cause I feel it is.
I don't know. And 5 nades, like I would just prefer 5 smokes every day of the week on Inferno.
5 flashes. I don't feel as though too many teams are running into choke points on anti-eco.
Remember the good old like nade down mid and nana strat that used to kind of work?
Yeah, I remember back in 1.6 when pop flashing banana was like this special thing. Now, it's the standard.
Yeah, Warriors want nothing to do with this A site stack. Back over to B yet again.
I was going to say, back in 1.6 it was called the water flash. So it made the water sound. Oh, this is perfect.
That's the bomb.
I was going to be caught with his knife out though, just trying to gain a better position. Kyson will regain that bomb. Info relayed though. And big rotation coming through from Spray. He's just gone all the way back down mid, up second, back into CT spawn, all looking for exits.
Maybe trying to see if he can find a lurker or something like that. 3 of the God's Work boys setting up in ruins, 1 bottom nana. Really just looking for exits here. They can take 2 more of these guns away from Warriors. It's going to be pretty nice.
Nipkey just needs to stay alive here. And basically resurface at the last possible moment. They're actually going to go through CT. There's a lot of damage being done here by Spray, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to be able to get away in time. It's a good, I guess, recognition from Warriors. They needed to group up and get their way out before they're trapped.
Nipkey holding onto the armor is going to help him buy next round as well. All right, 2 apiece. Warriors, as a result of God's Work not buying up in that last round, have been able to stabilize their money. They still are resettable, but it's going to be like a soft reset at best.
again, big exchange of utility. But no T-side pressure on the back of it. Actually, Calamari might be able to find the timing if there's a flash in support. He could find Swanky. That's exactly what he's going to find. Pops for the first. Nibki's flashed off the line, but will recover. And they're just going to trade out 1 for 1. Oh, that's fantastic from Kyson to open up B. He's been super consistent for Vodafone Warriors. That's control of B.
Fab well aware that the lurk was a possibility there. Shuts it down. Azar's got a kit, so this is technically a doable retake, but the save is the sensible option. You save 2 rifles on CT side Inferno and then buy up like pistol armor on the rest of you. It's a very winnable round.
Yeah. Even as far as like prioritizing utility there in that buy can net results.
Okay. That's not PG.
Just not what you came to see, Pilski.
No.
Some might even just call it foul play.
Oh boy. I think this is what we're going to see from God's work here. Just the pistolas brought up around the 2 rifles. Warriors reinvesting in whatever they lost. Good money for them. They're building up a nice T-side economy to fight for this game. Do just need 1 more to advance it towards stage number 2 here in LPL Pro League. Prodigy doing a lot of damage onto Azar there. Molotov pushes him forward to take that duel. Oh, the traces.
He gave himself up, gave away the game. Now Swanky does the damage with the Bink, but not enough to convert. And so, simple regroup here for Warriors as they will look to punch their way onto this A-bomb site. Spray.
Ooh.
Does find 1 and 2. Okay. There's life in this round yet. Look at the HP on Prodigy and Drox. This is certainly doable.
Sure. It's got to
With
be
that
on
M4
Fab, though.
from Fab.
Plant near cold box. Will definitely be hurt by spray. Prodigy a bit of an off angle up in graveyard here. These are not the positions you'd expect the T's to be playing. Spray's gone on another adventure here.
Just looking to see whether or not he can provide anything. Like take a gun out of, halls or something. That was looking so doable.
Yeah.
Just not having the confidence to back themselves, and clearly not knowing that the remaining 2 players had taken any damage whatsoever.
They both go down to the bomb. That's an expensive round for Warriors. Gonna cost them a lot to reinvest here. God's work only need to win those 2 gun rounds back to back. Even if that, I mean, 1400 loss bonus. Someone like Prodigy, Callum, even Obsen are going to be pretty broke next round if they lose this. So the reset window is definitely there for God's work.
Is it going to be a window of opportunity though, Pilski, or just window pane?
That's pretty.
You're giving me
open
nothing
shot.
tonight. You're giving me nothing.
It will hurt to laugh. Sorry to everyone, but I'm losing my voice here. Doing my best. Doing my best. But if I laugh, it will hurt. I'll be in physical pain, Jim.
In that case, I'm living for your pain, Pilski.
Smoke thrown over the Drox. Looking like brackets take for the Warriors here. They've already got banana, so they're quite happy with that. Now you got to go take brackets. This is the classic Inferno dance. Is that bracket smoke? No, that's a deep smoke. They're going to wrap jungle here. It's a jungle wrap. Bombs in spawn, though.
Yeah, this is a real precarious position. Vodafone Warriors have made a big boo-boo. So they're going to go back and get that bomb. Don't even have control of the A bomb site here. This is a round in stasis. About to be on life support. Opson does. Oh, that's a shot to make. How does he get through there?
Digged him out of a very tough situation. He's
double
up over
boost.
the smoke, spotted out. Nice leg from Opson as well.
Two pieces of util at the right moment here. Both of them jiggling. And surely that might be come through that leg. Kyson, he's been dependable for them. He's going to need to be dependable once again. He's just playing with Fab. That timer, a real issue. No kit on him, so he has to fall. And so, a round for Vodafone Warriors, and in fact, maybe even an engagement here. Fab re-aggresses. Don't know if that was the wise thing to do. However, the kill was there for the taking.
Yeah, Warriors in the driver's seat well and truly now. Arnie has a chance to build up here. God's work with quite a bit of investment in this round though. Deagles and armor, one hero rifle on Spray. Good util from the T's, flushing the CTs out of apartments. But Azar's gone aggressive down the bottom. Trusting the fact that there's no one defaulting towards the end of Carps there. That's great timing. A lot of damage onto Drox as well as the player that he's gotten. Knows where Prodigy is. Going to be backed up now by Nibki. Warriors in the meanwhile going to go towards B here. But Azar even catches Prodigy. He's done a great job in second mid there. This round is getting hairy for Warriors.
That's so aggressive. Azar was not taking no for an answer. They do have control of B though, if they want it. But what's the post-plant situation going to be? That's a good kill to get. Azar, his reign of terror needed to be put to an end.
Kyson's got great flashes in Nana to set up Drox for success here. He can throw those over the site, but it doesn't look like he's interested in doing so. Another Deagle shot here. Oh, wow. That's a round for God's work. They had no business winning, really.
Yeah,
that's all that deagling in second mid.
Yeah, I was going to say, he might needed to have been interested in throwing those flashes. They needed every bit of help they could get. They still didn't have the player advantage, so... that was an opportunity gone begging.
All power for Swanky. Warriors running out of money after dropping that round. So this could be the reset here for God's work. Warriors setting up for a Carps bus. Gonna use this util to flush Azar out of that aggression on Carps.
Just slow and methodical, isn't it?
Yeah, smoke on Carps has definitely slowed the T's down here. They wanted to try and hit a nice timing on Carps side there. Not to beat. Great flashes over the top. Drox has got one as well. This is looking like a good round for the T's. I know Swanky can go massive on the side, but he can't. Good change up in the calling here for Vodafone Warriors. They set themselves up nicely to break CT side money. However, you can see both Spray and Ibki have got like 5k in the bank account, so that is definitely going to help them out in terms of the pies. Feels like Warriors, it's going to be a pretty hard game for them to lose though.
Yeah, they're in a power position. They got a good control of their economy. And, I mean, saving two. Nibki's got decent cash, but I mean, God's Work have just looked a lot more disjointed in a lot of these plays. There's been good individual performances, and we highlighted that would probably be the key to God's Work getting the job done, but they need multiple individuals to stand up rather than just saying have, you know, maybe 2 out of the 5 stepping up at any one time.
Hobson with a good spawn for Nana. Probably going to go for his best Zywoo impression here. No, he's going straight up middle, actually. Instead of banana. Wow, that's confidence. Just runs straight up mid and takes the duel on towards jungle side and wins it. It's pretty ballsy.
Gotta have the yeah, kahunas to make that play. Let's just see whether or not there's any proactive CT side action here. I mean, I don't necessarily have the positioning to do it. And I mean, Fab here, at best, maybe one and done. Does have some delaying utility, and that's only going to come out now. So that's bought them a little bit of time as they start to filter away back towards A. Bracket control up for grabs. Azar needs to be pushed off the diggity line if they're going to have success.
Man advantage here. See utility pressure over towards that B side of the map. Trying to keep the CT rotations honest. In comes these jungle wrap smokes again. Kyson's just found a double entry. He's just done it himself at B. That pulls the rotate back across.
We're really toying with that rotation, aren't they? In fact, there's no push available for Azar. Nibki's going to be probably under pressure here momentarily. Both tees relatively close to one another too, so the trade potential is even higher. No need. And so, the money situation is a little bit difficult. I still think they're going to buy into this and make Fab and Swanky just go with pistols. At this stage, they probably feel as though they need the rounds more than anything else.
They are force buying here. Fab's down to a Famous. Swanky's on the Mag 7, of all things. Probably could be a soft reset on the economy if this doesn't work out for God's Work, though. Util to take banana. Spray's trying to take a duel. Kyson, been a bit of a revelation in the last few rounds. Only goes 1 for 1, but that's pretty impactful. Again, Azar's just pushing down. No respect, straight down carpets. Nibki, unfortunately, falls prey to Prodigy. Azar's basically got to win this round here for God's Work.
Oh, there's going to be an awkward encounter, but Azar shows some trigger discipline. That's fantastic from him. He's been a real shining light for God's Work. And so now has Calamari dead to rights. It's a great individual play. And as we said, that's been what has been keeping God's Work in a lot of these exchanges on Inferno so far.
He's kind of overextended on that. Overheated a little bit. This is winnable for Prodigy. Double swing from the CTs though, sensible stuff. Swanky's going to get himself an AWP. And again, I think that's the second time God's Work's won a bit of a half buy there. Getting a few rounds that maybe they shouldn't be.
I would agree with you there, Pilski. Playing a few of their get out of jail free cards, I think.
Here we go. Here's the Zywoo impression. Running straight up banana.
Is he going to catch? Oh, that was...
Oh!
Fab, wrong place, wrong time. And so, Spray might be caught if he's not careful. There's a rotation coming through, so they've got B shored up. That's a good opener.
Hobson setting up the boys to go and take Nana. Molly onto Sandbags, flash over the top. Kyson instantly goes anti-flash. Good protocols. Expecting the retake to come on in. Warriors with enough util to go take brackets if they want as well. Yeah, there's actually a wrap smoke in towards jungle side on library. And one thrown from second mid into the arch. So Warriors trying to fake like this is a jungle wrap to A. And it has actually pulled the rotation from Swanky. He's getting a little bit worried about around the world being a possibility. Callum lurking up jungle. The rest of the boys grouping B.
Let's just see whether or not they can make this work. Swanky can't find the second. It's rough because now there is so much space between these two CTs, and I'm not too sure what Drox was doing there.
He's timed out, I think.
Yeah, no reaction whatsoever.
Prodigy eats a nade. Great map from Kyson.
This is very, very slow though. I feel as though this is where Warriors are starting to show that they have superior structure.
It was a good strat, honestly. Found that opening kill on Nana. Then they go for the jungle wrap smokes and put pressure on A. Then just collapse on B in the late round. It's good fundamentals, good calling on T side. Now we wait for Drox to come back.
That we do. Now, if you were to predict the scoreline here, just based on what you've seen so far, I actually think God's work, the way they're heading on this CT side, probably not going to get too many more than 6 rounds. I think 6 would be good for them.
Yeah. I'd probably lean towards the same. They're going in for another buy here, so they're going to try and give things a crack yet again. It's not really working for them, though. I feel like Warriors, particularly on bananas, where they've been kind of making the difference, unless Azar's finding success, like aggressing down second mid, they've had a tough time finding rounds for the most part.
Yeah, it hasn't been through team play. It's all been through individual prowess.
Yeah.
They've been able to put pressure on their opposition. So, I mean, as far as, positives out of this match so far, it's that the individuals are certainly capable. It's just as far as the team structure and the team protocols, they're just very much lacking. And I think you've highlighted this countless times, is that you need that protocol in place. You need the protocols, particularly with utility, and they're just not seeing that out of God's work.
Yeah, I think it's a little better on the side of on the side of Warriors for the most part. They've been doing a good job on this T side. You even saw that superior structure on Mirage for the most part. So exactly like you said, God's work, it feels like they need that individual pop-off, that individual performance to be able to stay competitive here. That's for Warriors, though. We could just admire Obson's green screening for the time being.
I'm just surprised not to see everybody else get in on that action too. You know, if they could potentially all be playing out of the same apartment. It's an opportunity missed, though. I mean, if you're in Vodafone Warriors position right now, you've got to be feeling as though you're in the box seat. They've got a decent economy. They're on that T side. They're making things difficult for their opposition, who have not been stringing rounds together on that CT side. It's safe to say that you are not in for a good time on your CT sides if you're not stringing rounds together back to back.
Yeah, especially cleanly. CT side economy is going to take a bit of a hit, unfortunately. Here we go. Finally back into the action. I dare say one of Nibki's teammates would have done well if he had dropped them a rifle, but not to be.
Yeah. What could have been? What could have been? Okay. Try to aggress here in Banana. The boost goes all right. They do manage to get it in the end here, and well, Spray He cops that flash. That's perfect. Swanky's found an equalizer on the other end of the map, but here we go. They've broken their way into this site. And Swanky's going to arrive at Coffins, but is he going to take that contest?
Yeah, he has to. They're down in numbers. Oh, that's a big no-scope from him. But Obson trades it back. Nipke well aware that there's going to be a player on the lurk, but Jock still finds him over on the A side of the map. So it's another round for Warriors. Nipke will now buy himself everything. I guess it's going to be a buy here. Pretty scuffed buy.
Yeah.
God's work.
They're at that stage of the half where they, you know, mentally they just need those rounds, right? Like they're going to try and force into this. Now you've got the stage where you've got 2 force buys coming through. No matter the result. Azar hasn't got the memo though. Oh, here we go. Push down mid. Does a lot of damage. Doesn't catch Callum Murray though. He'll be coming that through that he's done heaps of damage, but Nipke. It's chalk and cheese the way they're playing this. Top mid. Oh, Azar's pushed again. This is just falling apart. In the meantime, you know, the bomb's going towards B. All the focus is towards A here. Fab's on his lonesome. He's got no utility left to stop.
Still the B site. Wide open for business here.
And they got all the info.
Going to be a super open plant. Easy as you like for Kyson. 16 and 8. Great half for him.
Been super consistent across the 2 maps so far. Had a few good rounds in the early stages of Mirage, but then just, you know, consistently fragged on out throughout that. And here is sort of been leading the front from a kill perspective.
HE, a little bit too deep to catch Callum, who is probably going to be able to come up 9-up pretty heavily here. Molly's trying to isolate Fab. He puts it out with a smoke. In the meanwhile, he's seeing, oh, Callum up over the top. Might be able to find him, but does get spammed by Spray. Traded by Kyson. Creep up. Arch side should be taken care of by Nipke. Indeed it is. But Kyson's always good for it. What is this round? This round is absolute chaos.
This is just stacked top banana, taking aggression after aggression. Now, Prodigy is going to try and find some spacing here. Obson's actually found an opening in towards B. Has the site if he wants it. And I think he's just been commed over the info of 2 players at the A-bomb site. So he has a 2v1 to work with. Plenty of time to get that bomb down. And I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. They do split though. I'm surprised that they do that. No? Okay. Never mind. They're going together. This is much better.
Yeah, Obson playing for the spawn side. Nipke's in another postcode compared to his teammate. That just looked way too easy for Obson. It should never be that easy.
Yeah. That flash that came deep from Banana never hit its target. And so 11-4. It's pretty much the exact same scoreline that we saw on Mirage. However, we did see that map blow out a little bit because Vodafone Warriors allowed God's Work momentum back into this. So it's not out of the realms of possibility as they swap sides here that we see God's Work start to string some rounds together.
Alrighty. Well, 2 sets of UTIP for Warriors. Just 1 for God's Work. They're going to flash straight up Nana into Kyson's dualies. He doesn't hit pretty much anything. Just Dobson over here and he gets traded out as well. Callum now trying to swing with the dualies. All the duels are going the way of the T's right now.
Yeah. 9 HP for Callum too. It's rough and he gets finished off in the end. Fab. He's having a cracking round. Picks up 4. And so, just like that, maybe we have a little bit of history repeating here.
Yeah, very sharp on the clock, this man. Can you get a pause out of one of the teams? Have a chat about what's going on. Warriors are taking a tech pause.
Okay.
Opson needs to fix his green screen, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I mean, half his monitor's missing. So maybe that's part of the issue. I swear his webcam looks like it's from 2005.
Yeah.
It's like it's barely 4 megapixel.
It's got its own tripod.
It's like one of those really big fat ones too, with like, you know, a microphone.
Yeah. It reminds me of like the snowball mics, but like it's a webcam. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just this big bobble sitting on top of a CRT monitor.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, I don't even remember like if they did mount them to monitors, really. Like I remember them having their own like tripod stands, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Mounting to monitors, that's new tech.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get the force here from Warriors. Just Obson, who's taking a bit more of a save because he wants to try to get that AWP into round number 19 if they lose.
Timing that grenade. Just catches the front of Spray. This could be Drox lining him up, knocking him down. Only finds 2. So it could be a perfect reply here coming out of Warriors. Oh man, that has gone terrible for God's work.
Yeah, Prodigy spotting out the T's at spawn. Flash over bracket. Kyson reaggressing. He cannot believe that Swanky is running. Looking at nothing. 12 HP on Azar. Looks like Warriors going to get themselves a force win. Off angle from Kyson is beautiful. That's a hard reset on God's work. Nipke's going to force buy as a result.
It's not what you want at the business end of the half for one of these teams.
Definitely
Puts
not.
Vodafone Warriors in pole position.
Yeah, they're looking good for it. Someone's backstabbed Azar out of spawn.
Oh, Obson need to be careful there. Could have really been caught out by the HE. All to try and get that Molotov off. Does a bit of damage though. Just sort of locks God's work into the bottom banana.
Oh. Yeah, getting a bit big for his boots there on bracket.
Azar's made light work of quite a few people with that deagle.
That's very messy spray on the Galil. Thank God Kyson's having a hell of a map.
That is chalk and cheese in terms of spray. Okay. They keep that. In the end there, could have got really messy. But they salvage it.
Yeah. This is looking like a good game from Warriors. Once again, reset God's work, and for some reason, Nipke's force board again. Not really sure what's going on here for the T's. Again, they've backstabbed Fab for some reason.
I feel as though that's just a sign of things to come here. This might be done and dusted here, Pilski. Yeah, they got Obson. Yeah, they're going to try and wrap this A-bomb site. We're going to be met in the library here. Okay, that's 1 for 1. It's not too bad, but look how broken this play is. You've got a player at the bottom of B. You've got a player in jungle. And the bomb is now making its way back down second mid. Now we're going to reunite.
I wouldn't be going towards Kyson here if I was the T's. Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Oh, he's even going to play it aggressive too. Could be caught out. Finds one. Quick on the reload. He's played that well.
Oh.
He's got the info about the third player too with that tick. You're right, Pilski. Why would they run into the player that is in form?
That's a really nice nade. Even heard it connect with the T, so he's able to calibrate his peak a little bit better. Nipke and Azar are on a different economic cycle to the rest of the team.
Yeah, look, they're also the ones fragging, so maybe they're the ones that, you know, demand a different cycle. Super aggressive here from Vodafone Warriors. They want this done and dusted here. They're not messing around. Big controller banana means big trouble in Little Tokyo for God's work. Yeah, this is a shutout right now. How do they get back into this?
Don't think they can. Gonna be honest, Jim. Drops a little bit too good.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's going to be a way back in, it's going to be on the back of some mistakes from Warriors. But right now, 2v5. Drox is just running the streets of Banana. And that's pretty much going to be God's work now having to fight their way against 10 match points. And based on what I've seen so far, doesn't look like a possibility.
Yeah, I wouldn't be saying so. They're going to buy again. Buy's not looking fantastic. Pretty limited on util. Looking like a quicker one towards Nana.
Maybe they're just keen to get it done. Kyson and Drox combining. They do get stopped by Fab, though. Is he going to expect the third? Yes, he does. Okay. Last gasp chance here for God's work. They get their way into B. Rotation is not going to be quick either. They still got that play out late in mid. And so we saw this on the last map, although they've left the comeback a little bit later this time. God's work do have the propensity to get back into this match based on evidence we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, the only success factor they've had on this T side is Fab running up Nana and multi-fragging.
Or Azar pushing second mid with a deagle.
Not the traditional ways that you'd win rounds on Inferno. Obson might ninja here.
Yeah, okay, this would be...
Oh, he didn't go for it. I don't think he had time anyway.
Actually might have, to be honest. Wouldn't that have been a real way to put the end on the match?
Good money here for Warriors. They're going to reinvest. Surprised Drox goes down to a Famus there.
Yeah, it's going to make pressuring Banana a little bit harder. In fact, I was going to say they didn't look like they were going to be doing it, but I wait with bated breath. Obviously gets that pick. Fortunate that he did too, because Nibki was in a real position to do damage.
Yeah, Warriors now going to sit back on the site with the man advantage. Boost up on MBK here, or New Box, sorry.
Oh, swanky. That's uncharacteristic from Kyson. Made a bit of a meal of that. Not a happy one either. It's Fab. Does find that kill. They do know Kyson's around here somewhere. They still got to check it. Oh, perfect. And so 3v2. The retake will certainly be on here for Warriors. They've got Calamari already got control of Connector.
Great nade.
This is just falling apart here for God's work. Albeit some divine intervention, you would say that this could be the end of this series. The timer is ticking down. Spray will have to try and isolate some duels here. And so as that smoke fades, he's pretty much backed himself into a corner.
City's scaling into the site super late. This is quite winnable. Found Obsent. Prodigy's on the defuse.
Oh,
in the smoke.
no.
He's run out of ammo. That's 16 for the Warriors. As expected, 2-0 for these guys. They're a team that definitely could do some punching up in stage 2 of this competition. New kind of formulation of a roster. I'm definitely keeping my eye on. They've got some support in an org as well. So promising signs for these lads for sure.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing out of them, and I think as far as structure versus a lucid game style, they matched up well against the God's Work ensemble. Unfortunately for them, they really just didn't have any structure to deal with some of the more complex rounds. It started on Mirage, it bled into Inferno. They were able to string some rounds together, but it really was Warriors there, I believe, just starting to take the pressure off a little bit. Not necessarily being structured as they were in some of the previous rounds, and that allowed God's Work an opening into the match. This time though on Inferno, far more clinical, far more disciplined, and it really felt as though Warriors were in control from start to finish.
100%. Saw some good play from them for the most part over the whole series today. Got themselves a nice 2-0. Outside of some heroics from some of the players on God's work on both maps, wasn't really too much to speak of from these guys. So they've definitely got to go back to the drawing board and kind of reconvene, because I think in the lower bracket, the qualification match there will be up against Camo, and Camo is definitely not a team that it looks like God's work will be able to beat unless they can kind of work on their form a little bit. We'll see what happens though.
Yeah, Camo have certainly looked to be a little bit more resurgent since Nick has rejoined that roster. But yeah, I think you said it best too when we were looking at how these two teams were shaping up. We didn't actually know a lot necessarily about the form of these two teams heading into this stage one. But I think it's safe to say that based on what we've seen, Vodafone will do some damage. And I believe we have Callum Murray on the line here to talk to after that match. Callum, certainly a good starting performance for you guys against the God's Work ensemble. Now, I've got to ask you, is your bedroom available and ready for anyone to clone? Because I thought about doing it myself as well.
Yeah, Obson just takes whoever's bedroom he wants. It's honestly, no one's safe. But no, my room is not up for renting, and he is squatting in my walls.
Not surprised too much. What are you guys kind of working on? I mean, I'm not sure how soon this roster has come together. I assume it's last couple of months or something like that. And look, you're already through to stage 2, which is already pretty good. You got a couple of teams that you're looking to try to take down over there. But you guys working through your map pool? Are you trying to just get the cohesion of the roles down? What's the practice looking like at the moment?
Yeah, we're still kind of just working on getting our fundamentals really strong on a few maps. There's a couple maps we're pretty comfortable on, but we're still going to definitely branch out. Like last week, we got pretty punished on Ancient. I think you were casting that one, Pilly. That's definitely one we're going to work on a bit more. But yeah, we're just working through our map pool, trying to flesh it out a bit more. But yeah.
Awesome.
Now, one more question for you from me is, how are you guys going to try and, I guess, balance that with what's pretty much a hectic schedule leading into the back end of the year?
With our best foot forward, yeah, and it's going to be pretty tough. We put a lot of work in as it is to begin with, but yeah, we're just going to have to squeeze in as much prac as we can when we can, and do our best. But yeah. Well, yeah, we're always going to put our best foot forward.
Awesome. Well, that's going to be it. Thanks for the words, Callum. Look, if I've learned anything from tonight, it's that no one needs consent to squat in your house. So I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, you can live anywhere rent-free, apparently, but we'll let them go and prepare for stage 2. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, and see how things have shaken out here in Pool A. Now, obviously, we know that Nutty were progressing through to stage 2. That sets up Arena to take on Underground, who, there were some bright spots from Underground.
Yeah, for sure. And they've already got the upset over Arena in that 3-mapper in the upper bracket. Arena felt like they probably should have lost that. They said they hadn't played in about 3 months in terms of officials, and Underground may have gotten the best of them. So it'll be good to actually get a little bit of a revenge match in there for Arena, because I think they're the team that you'd be backing to win that. But Underground have shown their no slouches in multiple series now.
Let's take a look at Pool B, as that is also another fantastic set of matches shaping up. We just saw, Vodafone Warriors qualify for stage 2, but for God's work, they get sent into that lower bracket and have a tough proposition in Camo. I don't know. I feel as though that actually might be a closer matchup, because both of these two teams, they do play a little bit loose, and that can sort of lean into each other's play style a little bit.
Yeah, potentially. So I think I'd still back Camo, though. They look like they're in good form. They've got a good quality roster, and I think in the interest of having the best possible stage 2 of the rest of the competition, I really would like to see what Camo could do. Just following those storylines, like Camo in previous domestic leagues you've seen them with a worse roster put some results on the board. So now that they've got a bit more of a well-rounded roster, I'd like to see them go to the next stage and see what they can do.
Yeah, let's see how things shake out. And of course, it's been a fantastic action-packed evening here at the Biocode Labs CSGO Pro League. We'd like to especially thank our sponsors, Biocode Labs. As we said, there's that code LPL20 for 20% off at the checkout. You can get your hands on that. And of course, Roccat, who are providing fantastic sound for both myself and Pilski. And I do love Pilski's voice. It's even better in that 7.1 surround sound that Roccat do provide. Now, we're going to leave you here. We've got more action coming up in the days following, so make sure you stay tuned to LPL channels to find out when the matches are. We've had a fantastic evening, and we'll catch you sometime in the future.